Hey guys, tonight we're exploring a question that every woman in history had to deal with, but one that surprisingly few history books ever talk about. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. When most people imagine the ancient world, they picture emperors, pyramids, battles, philosophers, and grand monuments. History books are filled with kings conquering neighbouring kingdoms, generals marching across continents, and scholars debating the nature of the universe. Yet one of the most common human experiences in history is almost completely absent from these stories. For thousands of years, women lived, worked, raised families, managed households, travelled, worshipped, and participated in society while dealing with their monthly periods. Every civilization had women. Every civilization had menstruation. Yet surprisingly, few ancient writers bothered to tell us much about it. Part of the reason is simple. Most surviving records were written by men, and many of those men belonged to the educated elite. They recorded wars, taxes, laws, and royal ceremonies. The daily realities of ordinary women rarely received the same attention. If a Roman senator sat down to write a history of his age, he was far more likely to describe a military campaign than explain what his wife or daughter used during her monthly cycle. Apparently, invading Gaul was considered more historically significant than explaining how half the population got through the month. This leaves historians with an unusual challenge. Ancient women experienced menstruation countless times throughout their lives, but direct evidence is scarce. Menstrual products were usually made from materials that decomposed long ago. Cloth rots, plant fibres disappear, wool breaks down. Unlike stone temples or bronze weapons, these objects were never meant to survive for thousands of years. As a result, historians often have to become detectives. They piece together clues from medical texts, religious laws, household writings, artwork, and occasional references hidden in larger documents. Sometimes an ancient physician mentions a treatment. Sometimes a religious rule hints at a common practice. Occasionally, a passing comment reveals more than the author intended. Historians can spend years studying a civilization and become excited over a sentence that essentially translates to, "Women used some cloth for that." Academic life is not always glamorous. What emerges is a picture that is both familiar and surprising. Ancient women faced many of the same concerns that women face today. They needed practical ways to manage bleeding, remain comfortable, continue working, and participate in daily life. A farmer's crops still needed tending. Bread still needed baking. Children still needed raising. Monthly biology has never been particularly interested in people's schedules. At the same time, ancient societies surrounded menstruation with myths, fears, and misunderstandings. Some cultures viewed menstrual blood as powerful. Others considered it dangerous. Some believed it could affect crops, animals, weather, or even metal. Human beings have always possessed a remarkable ability to encounter something they do not fully understand and immediately invent 20 explanations for it. The ancient Greeks, for example, produced philosophers capable of exploring logic, mathematics, and ethics at astonishing levels. Yet some Greek medical theories about the female body sound less like science and more like a group project completed 5 minutes before the deadline. The Romans were not much better. They built roads stretching across continents, engineered aqueducts that still stand today, and organised vast armies with impressive efficiency. Yet some Roman writers sincerely believed that a menstruating woman could dull a blade, spoil wine, and damage crops simply by being nearby. It is almost comforting to know that even highly educated people can occasionally arrive at conclusions that would struggle to survive a modern fact check. As we begin this journey, one thing quickly becomes clear. Menstruation may have been hidden from much of recorded history, but it was never absent from history itself. It quietly shaped the lives of countless women across the ancient world, even when the people writing the history books seemed determined to discuss almost anything else first. The further back we travel into history, the more difficult it becomes to answer a surprisingly simple question. What did women actually use during their periods? Unlike swords, pottery, or jewellery, menstrual products rarely survive for archaeologists to discover. Ancient women were not burying carefully labelled boxes marked monthly supplies for future historians. Instead, the materials they used were usually organic, cloth, plant fibres, animal wool, leather, or other everyday items that gradually disappeared over centuries. As a result, the earliest history of menstruation is something of a mystery. We know women experienced periods tens of thousands of years ago because, well, humanity would not be here otherwise. The challenge is figuring out how they managed them. Imagine a small farming community 6,000 years ago. There are no stores, no pharmacies, and certainly no aisle dedicated to feminine hygiene products. Every solution must come directly from the surrounding environment. Whatever women used had to be practical, reusable, and available nearby. Many historians believe that prehistoric women likely relied on absorbent natural materials. Moss, soft grasses, animal skins, wool, and strips of cloth are all possibilities. Some women may have used nothing at all during lighter days, particularly when spending much of their time outdoors or performing tasks where privacy was less of a concern. This may sound unusual to modern ears, but ancient lifestyles differed dramatically from our own. Clothing was often layered, loose, and designed very differently from modern fashion. In many communities, practical necessity mattered far more than appearance. There is another factor modern people often overlook. Ancient women generally experienced fewer periods than many women today. That statement may sound surprising, but consider the realities of life. Women often married young, had multiple pregnancies, and breastfed for extended periods. Pregnancy and breastfeeding frequently reduced the number of menstrual cycles experienced over a lifetime. While modern women may experience hundreds of periods, many women in ancient societies likely experienced significantly fewer. Of course, fewer did not mean easy. Periods could still be uncomfortable, inconvenient, and occasionally frightening, especially for young girls experiencing them for the first time. Without modern medical knowledge, many societies developed explanations based on tradition rather than biology. Mothers, grandmothers, and older female relatives often became the primary source of information, and in many ways, they were probably more useful than the local wise man. Ancient communities produced plenty of experts eager to explain the mysteries of the female body. The problem was that many of these experts had never actually experienced being female. History is full of confident authorities, and as we will soon discover, menstruation inspired some of the most creative misunderstandings ever recorded. As we move from the shadows of prehistory into one of the world's first great civilizations, the picture becomes a little clearer. Ancient Egypt left behind temples, tombs, medical texts, artwork, and enough written records to keep historians busy for several lifetimes. Fortunately for us, a few of those records offer clues about how Egyptian women managed their periods. Life along the Nile was deeply connected to linen. Linen was everywhere in ancient Egypt. It clothed peasants and nobles alike, wrapped mummies, furnished homes, and served countless practical purposes. If an Egyptian encountered a problem, there was a reasonable chance that linen would somehow become part of the solution. Menstruation appears to have been no exception. Many historians believe Egyptian women used soft strips of linen as absorbent menstrual pads. These could be folded, adjusted, washed, and reused when necessary. Unlike modern disposable products, ancient solutions had to be practical and economical. Throwing something away after a single use was a luxury few societies could afford. This means that managing a period often involved extra washing and preparation. Ancient women had many responsibilities already, and menstruation added another task to a workload that was rarely light. Of course, the Nile provided water, but that did not automatically make hygiene simple. Washing cloth required time and effort, especially for ordinary women who were already busy grinding grain, baking bread, weaving textiles, caring for children, and managing household duties. The ancient Egyptians were surprisingly advanced in several areas of medicine. They understood the importance of cleanliness better than many later societies would. However, this does not mean they fully understood menstruation itself. Like many ancient cultures, the Egyptians mixed practical observation with beliefs that sound rather unusual today. Ancient medical texts contain remedies, treatments, and theories that range from sensible to deeply puzzling. One famous Egyptian medical papyrus even included methods for testing fertility and diagnosing pregnancy. Some of these methods involved grains, herbs, and bodily observations. Others seem to have relied heavily on optimism. To be fair, modern medicine has had the advantage of several thousand additional years of research. Criticizing ancient doctors too harshly would be like mocking someone for not owning a smartphone in 3000 BCE. What is most striking is how ordinary menstruation appears to have been in Egyptian life. Women managed it, adapted to it, and continued their daily routines. The pyramids did not stop being built. The fields still needed tending. Markets remained busy. Life in ancient Egypt, much like life today, had little interest in pausing for anyone's monthly inconveniences. And yet, while Egyptian women were developing practical solutions, another civilization across the Mediterranean was beginning to ask a different question. Rather than simply asking how to manage periods, the Greeks became fascinated with why they happened, and their answers would become some of the most influential and occasionally bizarre theories in ancient history. The ancient Greeks loved explanations. If they saw lightning, they wanted to understand its cause. If they observed the stars, they wanted to map their movements. If they encountered a question about human health, they immediately began developing theories, writing books, and debating one another with great enthusiasm. Unfortunately, enthusiasm and accuracy do not always travel together. When it came to menstruation, Greek thinkers were determined to understand what was happening inside the female body. Their efforts laid the foundations of Western medicine, but they also produced some ideas that modern readers may find difficult to hear without raising an eyebrow. Greek medicine was built around the concept of balance. Many physicians believed the human body contained various fluids, known as humours, that needed to remain in harmony. Illness occurred when this balance was disrupted. Menstruation was often viewed through this lens. Some Greek doctors believed menstrual bleeding helped women remove excess fluids from the body. In their view, it was a natural cleansing process that maintained health and balance. If menstruation became irregular or stopped unexpectedly, they often assumed something had gone wrong internally. This may sound strange today, but it represented an attempt to explain a biological process using the best information available at the time. One of the most influential medical figures was Hippocrates, often called the father of medicine. While many writings attributed to him contain valuable observations, they also include theories that modern medicine has long abandoned. For example, Some Greek physicians believed the womb could move around inside a woman's body. Yes, move around. According to this theory, a wandering uterus could drift through the body, pressing against organs and causing various illnesses. If you are wondering how a large reproductive organ was supposedly taking independent walks through the torso, you are not alone. Modern doctors have spent several centuries quietly disagreeing with this idea. To persuade the wandering womb to return home, some treatments involved pleasant smells placed near the lower body and unpleasant smells near the face. The logic was that the uterus would naturally move toward the better scent. This was less a medical procedure and more a strategy one might use to lure a lost cat. Yet despite these misunderstandings, Greek physicians were observing something important. They recognized connections between menstruation, fertility, pregnancy, and overall health. Their conclusions were often flawed, but their questions were surprisingly sophisticated. Meanwhile, ordinary Greek women were probably far less interested in abstract theories and far more concerned with practical matters. Philosophers could spend hours debating bodily fluids, but someone still had to fetch water, prepare meals, weave cloth, and manage a household. And for those women, menstruation was not an intellectual puzzle. It was simply part of everyday life. While Greek philosophers and physicians were busy constructing elaborate theories about the female body, ordinary women had a far more immediate concern: getting through the day. Most women in ancient Greece lived lives centered around the household. Their responsibilities were numerous and often physically demanding. Water had to be carried, grain had to be ground, meals had to be prepared, clothing had to be woven, and children had to be cared for. Unlike a modern office worker, there was no option to send a message saying, "I'm taking the afternoon off." Life simply continued. For a woman living in Athens, Sparta, or one of the countless smaller communities scattered across the Greek world, menstruation was another challenge to manage alongside dozens of others. The household did not pause. The family's needs did not disappear. The goats, unfortunately, remained completely indifferent to human discomfort. Although evidence is limited, historians believe Greek women likely used folded cloths, wool, or other absorbent materials to manage menstrual bleeding. These materials could be washed and reused, making them practical in a world where resources were valuable and waste was minimized. Nothing was disposable. In fact, many ancient households would probably be horrified by modern habits of throwing things away after a single use. An ancient Greek family could find 3 additional purposes for an old piece of fabric before finally considering retirement. Privacy also worked differently in the ancient world. Homes were often crowded, particularly among poorer families. Multiple generations might share relatively small living spaces. This meant women had to develop ways of managing menstruation discreetly within environments where personal space was limited. Fortunately, menstruation was not exactly a rare phenomenon. Women learned from mothers, sisters, aunts, and grandmothers. Much of the practical knowledge surrounding periods was likely passed down through conversation rather than written instruction. While philosophers wrote lengthy discussions about the nature of existence, female knowledge often travelled through experience. And unlike some of the medical texts produced by men, it was usually based on reality. Greek society also placed great importance on fertility and childbirth. Menstruation was therefore closely connected to expectations about marriage and family life. A regular cycle was often viewed as a sign that a woman was healthy and capable of bearing children. This could create additional anxiety when periods became irregular or stopped unexpectedly. Without modern medical understanding, changes in the cycle could be confusing or alarming. Yet despite these challenges, women adapted. They always had. What survives from ancient Greece is not a story of helplessness, but one of practicality. Women found solutions, shared knowledge, and continued with daily life, while scholars debated theories above their heads. And across the Mediterranean, another civilization was watching, learning, and occasionally borrowing Greek ideas. The Romans would inherit many Greek medical theories, but they would also add a remarkable collection of menstrual superstitions entirely their own. As Roman power expanded across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, it brought together millions of people from different cultures. The Roman Empire was enormous, stretching from the misty hills of Britain to the deserts of Egypt. Yet no matter where a woman lived within that vast territory, one monthly reality remained the same. Periods did not care about the borders of empires. A wealthy woman living in a luxurious villa outside Rome experienced menstruation. So did a merchant's wife in Gaul, a farmer's daughter in Spain, and a shopkeeper in Egypt. Their lifestyles might differ dramatically, but they all faced the practical challenge of managing their monthly cycles. Like the Greeks before them, Roman women likely relied on cloth and wool as absorbent materials. Linen remained common throughout the empire, and soft fabrics could be folded and adjusted as needed. These materials were washable and reusable, making them practical in a society where even wealthy households avoided unnecessary waste. Roman women were accustomed to repairing, reusing, and repurposing household items. Modern disposable products would have seemed astonishingly convenient and perhaps slightly suspicious. Romans generally expected objects to have long careers before retirement. The experience of menstruation, however, varied greatly depending on wealth. A wealthy Roman woman might have servants to assist with laundry and household duties. She had access to cleaner living conditions, better nutrition, and greater privacy. If she felt unwell, she could potentially rest more easily than someone from a poorer household. For ordinary women, life was often far less comfortable. In crowded apartment buildings known as insulae, families lived in tight quarters. Water had to be carried, food prepared, and children supervised. Daily work continued regardless of discomfort. There were no sick days approved by the Roman Senate. In fact, if the Senate had debated the issue, they probably would have spent 6 hours arguing about procedure before accomplishing nothing. Roman society was highly practical in many ways. Women developed routines that allowed them to continue participating in daily life while managing their periods. Markets remained busy. Bread was baked. Clothes were washed. The empire continued functioning. This practical reality is important because it contrasts sharply with what many Roman writers believed. While women were getting on with their lives, some male authors were producing increasingly imaginative theories about menstruation. These theories claim that menstrual blood possessed extraordinary powers capable of affecting plants, animals, weather, and even manufactured goods. In other words, while Roman women were solving real problems, certain Roman intellectuals were busy creating entirely new ones. And as we shall see next, some of those beliefs were so strange that they survived for centuries after the Roman Empire itself had disappeared. If Roman women approached menstruation with practical solutions, many Roman writers approached it with something else entirely: imagination, and not always the helpful kind. Ancient Rome produced remarkable engineers, skilled administrators, and talented architects. These were the people who built roads that survived for thousands of years, and aqueducts that still impress modern visitors. Yet when some Roman authors discussed menstruation, their confidence often exceeded their evidence by a considerable margin. One of the most famous examples comes from the Roman writer and naturalist Pliny the Elder. Pliny was an incredibly curious man who attempted to document the natural world in a massive encyclopedia known as the Natural History. The work contains valuable information about ancient science, geography, and culture. It also contains claims that would make a modern fact-checker quietly lie down for a moment. According to Pliny, a menstruating woman could potentially sour wine, damage crops, dull metal, kill bees, and interfere with various natural processes simply through her presence. At one point, he suggested that certain plants might wither if exposed to menstrual blood. This would have been alarming news for Roman farmers, gardeners, blacksmiths, and apparently bees. The remarkable thing is not that such beliefs existed. Every society develops superstitions. The remarkable thing is how many different powers were attributed to menstruation at once. It was almost treated as a kind of mysterious force of nature. If something went wrong, menstruation could become a convenient explanation. Crops failing. Perhaps menstruation was involved. Wine spoiling. Maybe menstruation again. Unhappy livestock. Somehow menstruation was probably being blamed by somebody. Human beings have always enjoyed finding simple explanations for complicated problems. The Romans were hardly unique in this respect. Many ancient cultures viewed blood as powerful. Blood was associated with life, death, fertility, injury, sacrifice, and religion. Since menstrual blood appeared regularly without an obvious wound, it often inspired fascination and uncertainty. People tend to fear what they do not fully understand. Without knowledge of hormones, reproductive biology, or modern medicine, Romans attempted to explain menstruation using the concepts available to them. Sometimes they observed genuine patterns. Other times they wandered into territory that resembles folklore more than science. What is particularly interesting is that these beliefs often tell us more about Roman fears than about menstruation itself. The female body was performing a perfectly normal biological function. The strange powers existed largely in the imagination of observers trying to make sense of something they did not fully understand. Meanwhile, Roman women still had laundry to do, meals to prepare, and families to care for. The crops, fortunately, seem to have survived. Yet menstruation was not only surrounded by superstition. In many parts of the ancient world, it was also connected to religion, purity, and sacred traditions. And those beliefs would shape the daily lives of women for centuries to come. As strange as Roman superstitions could be, they were only one part of a much larger story. Across the ancient world, menstruation was not merely viewed as a biological event. It was often connected to religion, purity, sacred spaces, and humanity's relationship with the divine. For many societies, periods carried spiritual meaning alongside their practical realities. This did not necessarily mean menstruation was seen as bad. Modern people sometimes assume that any ancient restriction automatically reflected shame or hostility. The reality was often more complicated. Ancient cultures frequently created rules around many bodily functions, including birth, death, illness, and sexual activity. Menstruation simply became part of that broader system of sacred boundaries. One of the most important facts about life in the ancient world is that almost every experience depended on wealth. Periods were no exception. When historians discuss ancient civilizations, it can be easy to imagine that everyone within a society lived in roughly the same way. In reality, the difference between a wealthy Roman noblewoman and a poor labourer's wife could be as dramatic as the difference between a palace and a cottage, because sometimes it literally was. For wealthy women, menstruation was certainly inconvenient, but they often had advantages unavailable to most of the population. Fine linen was easier to obtain. Private rooms were more common. Servants could assist with household tasks, laundry, and other daily responsibilities. If a wealthy woman felt unwell, she had at least some opportunity to rest. The same could not always be said for ordinary women. Across the ancient world, most women lived demanding lives filled with physical labour. Whether they were farming, grinding grain, carrying water, weaving cloth, tending animals, or raising children, daily work rarely stopped. A period might make the day harder. It did not make the day disappear. Consider a woman living in a small farming village. Before sunrise, she might already be collecting water, preparing food, and organising the household. Throughout the day, there were crops to tend, meals to cook, clothing to repair, and countless other responsibilities. Ancient economies depended heavily on manual labour. The human body was often the most important tool a family possessed. As a result, women learned to adapt. Menstruation became another challenge to manage rather than a reason to withdraw from daily life. Practical solutions mattered far more than philosophical debates. This difference between rich and poor also affected access to medical care. A wealthy household could consult physicians, purchase imported remedies, and experiment with treatments recommended by respected scholars. Whether those treatments actually worked was another matter entirely. Paying more for ancient medicine did not always guarantee better results. Sometimes it merely meant receiving expensive advice instead of ordinary advice. A poor woman, meanwhile, often relied on family knowledge, local healers, and remedies passed down through generations. These traditions were usually based on experience rather than theory. Ironically, they were sometimes just as effective. Perhaps the greatest difference was privacy. A wealthy woman might manage her period in relative comfort. A poor woman often lived in crowded conditions where personal space was limited and daily survival took priority over convenience. Yet despite these differences, women across every social class shared the same basic reality. Whether living in a palace, a city apartment, or a rural village, menstruation remained a regular part of life. And because periods were closely linked to fertility, they carried importance far beyond simple monthly discomfort. In the ancient world, they were deeply connected to marriage, family, inheritance, and the future of entire bloodlines. For ancient societies, menstruation was never viewed as merely a monthly inconvenience. It was also seen as a sign of health, a sign of adulthood, a sign of fertility, and perhaps most importantly, a sign that a woman might someday produce children. This connection shaped countless aspects of life across the ancient world. In societies where family survival depended on future generations, fertility was an enormously important concern. Children provided labour, carried on family names, inherited property, and cared for parents in old age. Without reliable pension systems or retirement plans, most people hoped their descendants would become their security. Ancient financial planning was often little more than, hopefully the children turn out responsible. As a result, menstruation attracted considerable attention. A young girl's first period marked a significant transition. In many cultures, it signaled the beginning of womanhood. Families, communities, and potential marriage partners often viewed it as evidence that a girl was entering a new stage of life. The exact customs varied from place to place. Some societies celebrated the event. Others treated it more quietly. Some incorporated rituals, ceremonies, or special periods of instruction from older female relatives. Regardless of the approach, first menstruation rarely passed unnoticed. Marriage was closely connected to these ideas. Ancient marriages were often arranged with family interests in mind. Love occasionally entered the equation, but parents were generally far more interested in alliances, property, social standing, and future grandchildren. Romance existed. It simply did not always get the final vote. Because menstruation was associated with fertility, Regular cycles were often viewed as reassuring signs that a woman could bear children. If menstruation became irregular or disappeared, families sometimes worried about infertility. Without modern medical knowledge, however, determining the cause was nearly impossible. Ancient physicians frequently blamed mysterious imbalances, dietary problems, emotional distress, environmental factors, or any number of other explanations. Occasionally they guessed correctly. More often they displayed impressive confidence while being completely wrong. The pressure placed upon women could be substantial. In many societies, producing children was considered one of a wife's most important responsibilities. Fertility affected family status, inheritance, and social expectations. Menstruation therefore became intertwined with concerns about the future of entire households. Yet the reality was far more complicated than ancient people understood. Women experienced irregular cycles, health conditions, stress, nutritional challenges, and countless other factors that influenced fertility. Ancient observers often saw the outcome without understanding the underlying biology. Still, generation after generation, families watched for these signs, hoping for healthy marriages and healthy children. And as they did so, countless myths continued to grow around menstruation itself. Some were harmless, some were strange, and some survived for so many centuries that people continued believing them long after the ancient world had disappeared. If there is one thing human beings have always done exceptionally well, it is creating myths. Sometimes those myths explain the stars, sometimes they explain thunderstorms, and sometimes they explain perfectly ordinary biological processes in ways that become increasingly strange the longer you think about them. Menstruation inspired an astonishing number of myths across the ancient world. Part of the reason was simple. People could observe what was happening, but they could not see why it was happening. Without knowledge of hormones, reproductive systems, or modern medicine, societies filled the gaps with stories, assumptions, and speculation. And once a myth became established, it could be remarkably difficult to remove. After all, facts must be learned. Myths merely need to be repeated. Many ancient cultures believed menstruation gave women unusual powers. Unfortunately, these powers tended to sound less like superhero abilities and more like accidental agricultural sabotage. As we saw earlier, Roman writers claimed menstruating women could spoil wine, damage crops, dull metal tools, and interfere with various natural processes. Similar beliefs appeared elsewhere throughout history. Some people believed menstrual blood could protect against evil spirits. Others believed it attracted them. Humanity has always shown an impressive commitment to covering every possible theory. In certain traditions, menstruation was associated with the moon. This connection was understandable. Both menstrual cycles and lunar cycles followed roughly monthly patterns, making the relationship appear obvious. The moon became linked to fertility, womanhood, and reproduction in many ancient cultures. While the scientific connection was weaker than people imagined, the symbolism proved powerful enough to survive for thousands of years. Another common myth involved emotional behavior. Many ancient writers claimed menstruation dramatically altered a woman's temperament or judgment. While hormonal changes can certainly affect mood, some ancient descriptions make it sound as though women temporarily transformed into entirely different people. Ancient male authors occasionally approached the subject with the same confidence they brought to military strategy and politics. The difference was that many of them actually had experience with military strategy and politics. Perhaps the most enduring myths were those that portrayed menstruation as mysterious or dangerous. These beliefs often reflected broader anxieties about fertility, reproduction, and the female body. People feared what they did not fully understand, and menstruation remained poorly understood for most of human history. Yet there is something revealing about all these myths. They tell us far less about menstruation than they do about the societies that created them. The female body was doing exactly what it had always done. The confusion existed largely in the minds of observers trying to explain it. And while myths spread through stories and traditions, practical knowledge continued spreading another way, through women themselves, sharing experience from one generation to the next. That knowledge, unlike many myths, was usually grounded in reality. After spending centuries listening to ancient philosophers, physicians, priests, and lawmakers explain menstruation, it is worth asking a simple question. What did women themselves think? Unfortunately, this is where history becomes frustrating. Most surviving records from the ancient world were written by men. We possess medical texts written by doctors, legal codes written by officials, and philosophical discussions written by scholars. What we rarely possess are detailed journals from ordinary women describing their monthly experiences. History often preserved the voices of people who enjoyed writing about women far more than listening to them. Yet despite this challenge, glimpses of female knowledge still emerge. Across the ancient world, women learned about menstruation from other women. Mothers taught daughters, older sisters advised younger sisters. Midwives shared practical experience gained through decades of helping women navigate puberty, pregnancy, childbirth, and menopause. This informal network of knowledge existed alongside official medicine, and in many cases it was probably far more useful. An ancient physician might spend pages discussing bodily humours and internal balances. A mother teaching her daughter, meanwhile, could explain which cloth was most comfortable, which herbs helped ease cramps, and how to manage a period while carrying out daily work. One approach was theoretical, the other actually helped. Midwives were particularly important. In many societies, midwives possessed an extraordinary amount of practical knowledge about women's health. They observed hundreds of pregnancies, births, and menstrual cycles throughout their careers. While they lacked modern scientific understanding, they gained something equally valuable: experience. Experience tends to notice things that theories miss. A philosopher might spend years debating the nature of fertility. A midwife might quietly recognize patterns after helping generations of families. This practical wisdom often passed orally from one generation to the next. Because it was rarely written down, much of it has been lost. Historians can only reconstruct fragments, yet the fragments suggest women developed sophisticated methods for managing their own health despite the limitations of their time. They understood which materials worked best. They knew which remedies brought comfort. They recognized common symptoms. They shared advice with one another. Most importantly, they adapted. This adaptability appears again and again throughout history. Regardless of the culture, period, or social class, women found ways to navigate the realities of menstruation. They continued working, raising families, maintaining households, and participating in their communities. The ancient world often misunderstood menstruation. Ancient women generally understood it far better, not because they possessed modern science, but because they lived with it every month. And that distinction mattered. As our journey nears its end, we can finally step back and ask a larger question. What does the story of menstruation reveal about the ancient world itself? The answer is surprisingly revealing, not just about women, but about humanity as a whole. As we reach the final stages of our journey, it becomes clear that this story has never been only about periods. It is also a story about knowledge, about who gets to record history, about whose experiences are considered important enough to preserve. And perhaps most of all, it is a story about how human beings try to understand the world around them. For thousands of years, menstruation was a universal part of life. Every kingdom, every empire, every village, and every city contained women managing the same monthly reality. Yet when we open many ancient histories, the subject is almost invisible. Instead, we read about wars. Lots of wars. Apparently, ancient historians could provide detailed descriptions of a battle involving 20,000 soldiers, but somehow neglected to mention how half the population handled a recurring biological process. Priorities were different. Or perhaps simply very male. The silence itself tells us something important. Ancient societies often focused their records on rulers, military campaigns, political events, and religious institutions. Daily life was rarely considered worthy of detailed documentation. The ordinary routines that occupied most people's lives were often left unrecorded. This creates a strange imbalance. We sometimes know the exact date a king signed a treaty, yet remain uncertain about what materials ordinary women used every month. History can be surprisingly selective. Yet despite these gaps, the evidence that survives reveals remarkable resilience. Ancient women managed menstruation without modern medicine, disposable products, running water, pain relievers, or scientific explanations. They adapted using the resources available to them. They developed practical solutions. They shared knowledge across generations. In many ways, they solved problems long before anyone fully understood them. That pattern appears throughout human history. People often learn how to cope with challenges before they understand the science behind those challenges. Farmers grew crops long before genetics existed. Sailors crossed oceans long before modern navigation. Women managed menstruation long before hormones were discovered. Practical experience frequently arrives before scientific explanation. The story also reminds us that intelligence and misunderstanding often coexist. Ancient civilizations achieved extraordinary things. They built monuments that still stand today. They created systems of law, mathematics, engineering, and philosophy that shaped the modern world. Yet those same societies sometimes believed that menstrual blood could spoil wine, frighten bees, damage crops, or influence the weather. Human beings have always been complicated. We are capable of building aqueducts and believing nonsense at the same time. In fact, that may be one of the most consistent themes in history. And as we conclude our exploration, one final chapter remains. After thousands of years of myths, theories, practical solutions, and daily realities, what can we learn from the long journey toward understanding menstruation, and how much has truly changed since the ancient world? And so, after travelling through ancient Egypt, Greece, Rome, religious traditions, medical theories, and countless generations of everyday women, we arrive at the end of our story. Or perhaps more accurately, we arrive at the present chapter of a story that is still being written. One of the most remarkable lessons from history is how ordinary experiences can reveal extraordinary things about humanity. Menstruation is a perfect example. For thousands of years, women managed their periods with whatever resources were available. They adapted to their circumstances, shared practical knowledge, and found solutions long before science could explain exactly why those solutions worked. Meanwhile, philosophers debated, doctors theorized, priests interpreted, and occasionally someone became convinced that a woman's period was responsible for the neighbor's failed grape harvest. History is full of surprises. Looking back, it is easy to laugh at some ancient beliefs: the wandering womb, the crop-killing menstrual powers, the mysterious forces supposedly capable of spoiling wine from across a room. Yet before we become too smug, it is worth remembering that future generations may one day examine some of our own beliefs with similar amusement. Human beings have always been experts at being absolutely certain right before discovering they were mistaken. The difference today is that we possess scientific tools ancient societies could never have imagined. Modern medicine understands menstruation in ways that would have astonished Greek physicians and Roman scholars. Hormones, reproductive biology, genetics, and advanced healthcare have transformed our understanding of the female body. Questions that puzzled entire civilizations can now be answered in a single biology textbook. Although, admittedly, some students still avoid reading those chapters. Certain things never change. What has perhaps changed most dramatically is the willingness to discuss the subject openly. For much of history, menstruation existed in a strange position. It was universal, yet rarely discussed. Common, yet often hidden. Essential to human reproduction, yet frequently surrounded by embarrassment or misunderstanding. Today, while misconceptions still exist, there is far greater recognition that menstruation is simply a normal part of human life. And perhaps that is the most important lesson of all. Behind every ancient kingdom, every empire, every famous monument, and every great historical event were ordinary people living ordinary lives. They worried about their families, their health, their work, and their future. Women experienced periods while pyramids were built. They experienced periods while philosophers taught in Athens. They experienced periods while Roman legions marched across Europe. History continued because life continued. And life continued because countless women quietly managed realities that historians often ignored. So the next time you hear someone describe history as the story of kings and battles, remember that another history existed alongside it. A quieter history. A human history. And one that deserves to be remembered just as much. Now, as we leave the ancient world behind and return to the present, you can rest a little easier, knowing that while humanity has changed in many ways over the centuries, our ability to misunderstand perfectly ordinary things remains reassuringly timeless. Few figures from the Viking Age have inspired more fascination than the berserker. Long before modern historians began debating hallucinogenic mushrooms, strange herbs, or altered states of consciousness, people across Scandinavia were already telling stories about warriors who seemed to become something other than human when battle began. The accounts are difficult to ignore. According to medieval sagas, berserkers did not fight like ordinary men. Before combat, they reportedly entered a terrifying state of excitement. Their bodies trembled, their faces flushed red, their breathing grew heavy and uneven. Some growled like animals, others howled loudly enough to unsettle entire warbands. One description even claims they bit the rims of their shields while waiting for the fight to begin, as though they could no longer contain the energy building inside them. Then, without warning, they charged. Most warriors valued caution. Viking combat was dangerous, brutal, and unforgiving. A single spear thrust could end a life. Even experienced fighters understood the importance of discipline, positioning, and self-preservation. Yet berserkers seemed to throw those instincts aside. They rushed directly into danger, attacking with a level of aggression that shocked both enemies and allies alike. To observers, it looked almost supernatural. The sagas describe men who felt little fear, ignored wounds, and fought with extraordinary strength. Some stories claim they could not be stopped by steel. Others suggest they remained standing after injuries that would have incapacitated any normal warrior. Whether these tales were true or exaggerated, they left a lasting impression. For centuries, the berserker became one of the most feared figures in Norse legend. But there is a problem. The people who recorded many of these stories often lived generations after the events themselves. By the time the sagas were written down, storytellers had been retelling these tales around hearthfires for hundreds of years. And storytellers, whether in the Viking Age or today, tend to improve a story with every retelling. A brave warrior becomes an unstoppable warrior. An angry fighter becomes a raging beast. A frightening battle becomes a legendary one. Yet even after accounting for exaggeration, historians have noticed something intriguing. Many descriptions of berserkers share the same unusual details. The trembling, the shouting, the animal-like behaviour, the apparent indifference to pain. These similarities suggest that the stories may have been inspired by a real phenomenon rather than pure imagination. So what exactly happened to these warriors before battle? Were they entering a religious trance? Were they trained to push their minds beyond ordinary limits? Or were they using strange substances that altered their thoughts, emotions, and perception of reality? The search for answers has produced some of the most unusual theories in Viking history, and some involve plants and mushrooms that are every bit as mysterious as the berserkers themselves. Before we start filling Viking helmets with mushrooms and mysterious herbs, it helps to ask a simple question. What do the original sources actually say? The answer is both fascinating and frustrating. Most of what we know about berserkers comes from old Norse sagas and historical writings composed centuries after the Viking Age itself. These texts describe warriors who entered an unusual mental state before battle, but they rarely explain how that state was achieved. For historians, this is rather inconvenient. It is like receiving a recipe that says, "make a cake," but omits every ingredient. One of the most famous descriptions appears in writings associated with the Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson. He described warriors of Odin who fought without armour and behaved like wild animals. According to his account, they were as fierce as wolves or bears, killed enemies with incredible force, and seemed unaffected by fire or iron while their rage lasted. The comparison to bears is particularly important. The word berserker may have meant bear shirt or bear coat, suggesting some connection to bear symbolism. Other warriors, known as Ulfhednar, were associated with wolves. These animal connections appear repeatedly throughout Norse literature. Warriors were not merely fighting like bears or wolves. In some sense, they may have believed they were taking on the qualities of those animals. That idea immediately raises intriguing possibilities. Were berserkers participating in rituals designed to transform their identity? Did they enter battle believing that Odin had granted them the strength and courage of a powerful beast? If so, psychology may have played a larger role than any physical substance. What the sagas consistently emphasize is behavior. The warriors roar, they shake, they become aggressive, they appear fearless. Then, after the battle, many accounts describe exhaustion. Some stories mention weakness lasting for days after the fury subsided, as though the warriors had completely drained themselves. Interestingly, the texts rarely mention drinking special potions or eating strange plants before combat. Modern readers often assume such details must exist somewhere in the sources. They do not. This absence has created one of the great debates surrounding berserkers. If drugs or hallucinogens were involved, why do the sagas never clearly mention them? On the other hand, if no substances were involved, how do we explain the extraordinary behaviour described so consistently across different accounts? Those questions have led generations of historians to search beyond the sagas themselves. And eventually, many of them arrived at a bright red mushroom growing quietly on the forest floor. If there is one theory that has captured the public imagination more than any other, It is the idea that berserkers went into battle under the influence of hallucinogenic mushrooms, specifically a mushroom called fly agaric. Even if you have never heard its name before, you have probably seen it. Fly agaric is the bright red mushroom covered with white spots that appears in fairy tales, fantasy art, and video games. It looks almost too magical to be real, which may explain why so many people immediately found the theory appealing. The connection between fly agaric and berserkers became popular during the 18th and 19th centuries. Scholars began searching for natural explanations behind the legendary battle rage described in the Norse sagas. When they learned about the mushroom's mind-altering properties, some believed they had finally solved the mystery. At first glance, the idea seemed convincing. Fly agaric contains psychoactive compounds that can affect perception, mood, and behavior. People who consume it may experience feelings of increased energy, distorted senses, unusual confidence, and changes in awareness. Some users have reported sensations of strength or invulnerability. Others described feeling detached from pain or fear. To a historian reading descriptions of berserkers, those reports sounded remarkably familiar. Imagine a warrior preparing for battle. He consumes the mushroom. His perception begins to shift. Fear fades into the background. His judgment changes. The sounds of the battlefield become distorted. His confidence grows beyond normal limits. Soon he is charging toward enemy lines with a recklessness that ordinary fighters find terrifying. It is easy to see why the theory gained popularity. The idea also seemed to fit broader patterns found across northern Eurasia. Various indigenous groups in Siberia were known to use fly agaric in spiritual rituals, ceremonies, and altered states of consciousness. Since Norse traders travelled widely across northern regions, some scholars suggested that knowledge of the mushroom might have spread through cultural contacts. The more researchers looked, the more attractive the theory appeared. A mysterious warrior cult. A mind-altering mushroom. Legends describing superhuman rage. It sounded almost perfect. In fact, it sounded a little too perfect. Because as historians examined the evidence more closely, cracks began to appear. The problem was not whether fly agaric could alter the mind. It certainly could. The problem was whether its effects actually matched what a berserker would need on a battlefield. And once researchers started comparing the mushroom's real effects with the realities of combat, the famous theory began to look far less certain than it first appeared. The fly agaric theory has one major advantage. It is exciting. A mysterious Viking warrior consumes a magical-looking mushroom, enters an altered state of consciousness, and charges fearlessly into battle. It sounds like the perfect explanation for berserker rage. The problem is that history is not obligated to provide perfect explanations. When researchers began examining the actual effects of fly agaric, they discovered several problems. The first issue is unpredictability. Unlike a carefully measured modern medication, wild mushrooms do not provide consistent results. Two mushrooms growing only a few feet apart can contain different concentrations of psychoactive compounds. One person might experience mild stimulation. Another might become confused, nauseated, or completely disoriented. That is not exactly what military commanders look for in elite shock troops. Imagine preparing for a battle where half your warriors become energetic and fearless, while the other half spend the morning vomiting behind a tree. It is difficult to build an effective combat strategy around that level of uncertainty. The side effects present an even bigger challenge. Historical and modern reports of fly agaric consumption frequently mention dizziness, muscle twitching, blurred vision, confusion, and impaired coordination. Some users experience periods of deep sleep. Others report difficulty distinguishing reality from hallucination. Again, these effects do not fit particularly well with the demands of combat. A berserker might have fought aggressively, but he still needed to recognize friend from foe. He needed to dodge attacks, maintain balance, and react quickly to constantly changing situations. A warrior stumbling around the battlefield while seeing imaginary animals is far more likely to become a casualty than a legend. Another problem is the lack of direct evidence. Despite decades of discussion, no Norse source explicitly states that berserkers consumed fly agaric before battle. Archaeologists have also failed to uncover clear evidence linking the mushroom to berserker rituals. The theory relies largely on circumstantial connections rather than direct proof. This does not mean the idea is impossible. Some historians still believe the mushroom could have played a role in certain rituals or ceremonies. Others suggest that occasional use may have occurred without being recorded. But most scholars today are far more cautious than their predecessors were a century ago. The famous mushroom theory has not disappeared. It simply lost its status as the leading explanation. As researchers searched for alternatives, attention gradually shifted toward another plant, one whose effects seemed to match the descriptions of berserker behavior far more closely. Unlike fly agaric, this plant was known for producing aggression, confusion, and violent excitement. Its name was henbane, and its reputation was far darker than any mushroom growing in the northern forests. As confidence in the mushroom theory began to fade, historians started looking elsewhere. If fly agaric did not fully explain berserker behavior, perhaps another substance did. That search led researchers to a plant with a far more sinister reputation, henbane. Unlike the bright red fly agaric mushroom, henbane is not the sort of plant that appears in children's storybooks. For thousands of years, it was known across Europe and parts of Asia as a dangerous and unpredictable herb. Ancient physicians used it cautiously. Folk healers feared it, and in large doses, it could produce terrifying effects. Some historians believe it may offer a better explanation for berserker rage than any mushroom ever could. Henbane belongs to a family of plants that contains powerful psychoactive chemicals. These compounds affect the nervous system and can produce a wide range of symptoms. Users may experience confusion, hallucinations, agitation, paranoia, loss of inhibition, and intense emotional reactions. In some cases, people become unusually aggressive. That detail immediately caught the attention of researchers. Unlike fly agaric, which often causes drowsiness or coordination problems, henbane's effects can include restlessness, excitement, and unpredictable bursts of energy. Historical records from various periods describe individuals becoming violent, irrational, or completely detached from normal behavior after consuming the plant. Those descriptions sound surprisingly familiar. A warrior entering a state of extreme aggression, a reduced sense of fear, unusual resistance to pain, wild and erratic behavior. The similarities are difficult to ignore. The theory gained additional support when archaeologists made an interesting discovery. Henbane seeds have been found at several Scandinavian archaeological sites dating to the Viking Age. In some cases, the seeds appear to have been intentionally stored rather than simply growing wild nearby. This does not prove that berserkers used the plant, but it does prove that Norse people knew about it. That alone makes henbane a more plausible candidate than some of the more speculative theories that have been proposed over the years. Even so, significant problems remain. Henbane is notoriously dangerous. The difference between a mind-altering dose and a potentially fatal one can be alarmingly small. Symptoms often include confusion, memory loss, blurred vision, and severe disorientation. A warrior under its influence might become aggressive, but he might also become completely incapable of following orders or recognizing what was happening around him. Once again, historians found themselves facing the same challenge. A substance might explain part of the berserker phenomenon without explaining all of it, and that realization led many scholars toward a surprising conclusion. Perhaps they had been asking the wrong question from the beginning. Maybe berserker rage was never caused by a single plant, mushroom, or potion at all. By the time historians had spent decades debating mushrooms and henbane, an uncomfortable reality began to emerge. Neither explanation fully worked. Fly agaric could alter perception, but its effect seemed poorly suited for combat. Henbane could cause aggression, but it often produced confusion severe enough to make effective fighting nearly impossible. Both theories explained certain aspects of berserker behaviour, while leaving many others unanswered. As a result, a growing number of scholars began considering a different possibility. What if berserker rage was not primarily caused by a substance at all? What if the secret lay in the mind? Modern psychology offers some intriguing parallels. Throughout history, humans have demonstrated an extraordinary ability to enter altered mental states without consuming any drugs. Religious ecstasy, trance rituals, extreme meditation, and even certain military training techniques can dramatically change how a person experiences fear, pain, and stress. The Viking world was filled with practices that may have encouraged exactly this kind of transformation. Many berserkers were closely associated with Odin, the chief god of the Norse pantheon. Odin was not merely a god of wisdom, he was also a god of battle, frenzy, magic, and altered consciousness. His followers often sought experiences that pushed them beyond ordinary human limits. For a warrior devoted to Odin, battle may have been more than a military activity. It may have been a sacred experience. Imagine spending years preparing yourself psychologically for combat. You participate in rituals. You hear stories of legendary warriors. You wear animal skins associated with bears or wolves. You chant alongside your companions. Your breathing quickens. Your heart races. The sounds of drums and shouting fill the air. Gradually, your normal identity begins to fade. You are no longer a farmer, hunter, or craftsman. You become the bear. You become the wolf. You become the warrior chosen by Odin. To modern readers, this may sound strange. Yet similar phenomena have been documented in cultures around the world. Soldiers, athletes, martial artists, and religious practitioners sometimes report entering states of intense focus where fear diminishes, pain becomes less noticeable, and ordinary awareness seems to narrow. No mushrooms required. This does not necessarily mean substances played no role. Some historians suspect that herbs, alcohol, rituals, and psychological conditioning may have worked together rather than separately. A small amount of a psychoactive plant might have enhanced a state already being created through belief and training. If that is true, then the berserker was not simply a drug user. He was part of a carefully constructed system designed to transform an ordinary man into something far more terrifying on the battlefield. And that transformation may have begun long before the first sword was ever drawn. If berserker rage was not entirely caused by mushrooms or herbs, another possibility remains. What if the most powerful substance involved was one produced by the human body itself? Today, scientists understand that extreme stress can trigger remarkable physical changes. When humans face danger, the body releases a flood of chemicals designed to improve the chances of survival. Heart rate increases. Breathing becomes faster. Blood is redirected toward muscles. Pain sensitivity decreases. Reaction times can improve dramatically. This is commonly known as the fight or flight response. For most people, the effect is temporary. A sudden threat appears, the body reacts, and normal functioning eventually returns. But in rare circumstances, individuals can enter far more intense states. Stories from modern battlefields occasionally describe soldiers continuing to fight despite serious injuries. Athletes have completed competitions without realizing they had broken bones. People trapped in emergencies have displayed extraordinary strength while rescuing loved ones. These events sound unusual, but they are very real. In such moments, the brain prioritizes survival over comfort. Pain signals become less important. Fear is pushed into the background. The body essentially says, "We can deal with the injuries later. Right now, staying alive is the only thing that matters." Some historians believe berserkers may have learned how to trigger this state deliberately. Instead of waiting for danger to activate the response naturally, they may have used rituals, chanting, breathing exercises, and psychological conditioning to push themselves into an extreme version of it before battle even began. This would explain several features found in the sagas. The trembling could result from a surge of adrenaline. The intense aggression could emerge from heightened arousal and emotional excitement. The reduced sensitivity to pain could be a natural consequence of the body's emergency responses. Even the exhaustion described after battle fits the pattern. Once the chemicals wear off, the body often crashes. Fatigue, weakness, and emotional exhaustion can follow intense periods of stress. Modern soldiers sometimes report similar experiences after combat. Interestingly, this theory does not require us to choose between psychology and substances. Both could have contributed. A warrior might have consumed alcohol or mild psychoactive herbs during rituals. He might have chanted with fellow warriors, invoked Odin, worn animal skins, and prepared mentally for violence. Together, these factors could create a powerful combination that amplified the body's natural chemistry. The result would not be a magical transformation. It would be something far more believable. A human being pushed to the absolute limits of what the mind and body can achieve. And if that is true, the real mystery is not what berserkers consumed. It is how they learned to unlock abilities that most people never experience at all. For all the theories surrounding berserkers, there is one problem that continues to frustrate historians. Archaeology is stubbornly silent. If berserkers routinely consumed special mushrooms, herbs, or potions before battle, we would love to find physical evidence of it. Unfortunately, Viking Age graves rarely provide such clear answers. Unlike a sword or a brooch, a plant does not survive very well after 1,000 years buried in the ground. As a result, researchers often find themselves working with fragments rather than certainty. A few discoveries have generated excitement. Henbane seeds, for example, have been uncovered at several Scandinavian sites dating to the Viking Age. Some were found in contexts suggesting deliberate use rather than accidental growth. Archaeologists have also discovered evidence of medicinal and ritual plants throughout Norse settlements. This tells us something important. The Vikings possessed considerable knowledge of herbs and natural substances. They understood which plants could heal, which could poison, and which could alter the mind. They were not wandering through forests randomly eating mushrooms and hoping for the best. Like most pre-modern societies, they accumulated generations of practical knowledge about the natural world. Yet knowing about a plant is not the same as using it to create berserkers. That leap remains difficult to prove. The same challenge appears when examining warrior graves. Historians have uncovered richly furnished burials containing weapons, armour, and symbols associated with status and warfare. However, there is no universally recognised berserker grave. that definitively identifies its occupant as one of these legendary warriors. In many ways, this is unsurprising. The term berserker may not have referred to a permanent social class at all. It could have described a role, a temporary state, or a specific group of elite warriors whose identity left few archaeological traces behind. Some scholars even argue that the search for physical evidence may be leading us astray. Perhaps berserker rage was primarily cultural rather than chemical. A belief system does not leave behind bones, seeds, or artifacts in the same way a weapon does. Rituals vanish, chants disappear. Psychological conditioning leaves no fossil record. This means archaeology can show us pieces of the puzzle, but rarely the entire picture. It can confirm that certain plants existed. It can prove that Vikings used herbs. It can reveal how warriors lived and died. But it cannot tell us exactly what happened inside a berserker's mind as he prepared for battle. And that lingering uncertainty may explain why, after centuries of research, the mystery of berserker rage remains as fascinating as ever. After centuries of debate, dozens of theories, and countless pages of academic arguments, we arrive at a surprising conclusion. Nobody knows for certain what caused berserker rage. That may sound disappointing, but in many ways it is what makes the subject so fascinating. If archaeologists discovered a Viking instruction manual tomorrow that read, "Step 1. Eat this mushroom before battle," the mystery would be solved. Historians would celebrate briefly, write a few papers, and move on to the next puzzle. Instead, the evidence remains incomplete, forcing each generation to revisit the question from a new angle. Some scholars continue to favour the fly agaric theory. They point to the mushroom's mind-altering effects and its long history of ritual use in northern cultures. Others argue that henbane remains the strongest candidate because its symptoms more closely resemble aggression and frenzy. Still others reject both explanations. The sun is sinking behind the distant hills, casting long shadows across the wooden towers and stone walls of the Roman fort. For most of the day, the garrison has been a place of noise and movement. Orders have been shouted. Horses have come and gone through the gates. Soldiers have stood watch on the ramparts, drilled in the training yard, repaired roads, hauled supplies, and completed the endless list of duties that kept Rome's vast empire functioning. But now, something changes. Across the fort, a trumpet sounds. Its notes drift through the evening air, echoing between barracks and workshops. Every soldier immediately recognizes the signal. The working day is ending. That does not mean discipline disappears. This is still the Roman army, one of the most organized military forces in history. But for a few precious hours, the pace begins to slow. Along the walls, sentries prepare for the night watch. Fresh guards replace those who have spent hours staring across forests, deserts, mountains, or whatever frontier Rome currently happens to be occupying. Some soldiers descend from watchtowers with tired legs and stiff backs. Others climb the wooden stairs carrying spears and shields, preparing for a long night of vigilance. At the main gate, officers conduct final inspections. Wagons arriving late are checked before entering. Merchants hurry through before the gates are secured. Once darkness fully arrives, movement becomes more restricted. The Roman army takes security seriously, particularly on distant frontiers where hostile tribes may be watching from beyond the horizon. Inside the fort, soldiers begin returning to their quarters. The transformation is surprisingly human. Helmets are loosened. Heavy shields are set aside. A soldier who spent the day carrying construction materials stretches his aching shoulders. Another removes his boots and discovers once again that marching several miles while carrying half your body weight in equipment is not particularly relaxing. The smell of cooking fires gradually spreads through the fort. For many soldiers, this is the most anticipated moment of the day. Not battle, not glory. Supper. After all, even Rome's finest legionaries could spend hours dreaming about a warm meal. As twilight deepens, conversations begin to replace commands. The harsh rhythms of military life soften slightly. The fort remains alert, guarded and disciplined, but another side of Roman military life is emerging. The side rarely shown in heroic stories. The evening world of ordinary soldiers who, after a long day of service, simply wanted a place to sit, eat, and forget about tomorrow's duties for a little while. As the last traces of daylight fade beyond the fort's walls, soldiers stream back toward the barracks blocks that line the interior streets. The evening trumpet may have ended the day's major duties, but nobody simply collapses onto a bed and calls it a night. First comes the ritual of putting the army away. A Roman soldier's equipment is expensive, valuable, and absolutely essential for survival. Armour is inspected for loose straps. Helmets are checked for damage. Shields are leaned carefully against walls. Spears are stacked in orderly rows. A neglected piece of equipment could become tomorrow's disaster, and Roman officers were not known for their patience with careless soldiers. Inside the barracks, the atmosphere is very different from the formal discipline outside. Each building houses a group of soldiers who live together for years, sometimes decades. They march together, train together, and occasionally fight together. Over time, these men become something closer to a family, albeit a family that settles disagreements with considerably more shouting than most. The rooms themselves are surprisingly modest. Hollywood often imagines Roman soldiers living in grand stone halls filled with banners and shining armour. The reality was far less glamorous. Most soldiers shared cramped rooms with several comrades. Personal space was limited, privacy was nearly non-existent. If someone snored loudly, everyone learned about it. And someone always snored loudly. Wooden chests contain personal belongings. Spare clothing hangs from pegs driven into walls. A few treasured possessions might decorate a corner. A lucky charm from home, a small religious figure, a letter from family, or perhaps a coin saved from a distant campaign. These small objects matter more than their value suggests. Many soldiers serve hundreds of miles from their birthplace. A recruit from Italy might find himself stationed in Britain. A Spaniard could end up guarding a fort along the Danube. The empire is enormous, and military service often carries men very far from everything familiar. As equipment is stored away, the mood gradually relaxes. Conversations fill the room. Some soldiers complain about officers. Others complain about weather. This is one of the great constants of military history. Whether in ancient Rome or the modern world, soldiers have always possessed a remarkable ability to discuss how much better things would be if someone else were in charge. Laughter begins to spread through the barracks. The day is finally ending. And as hunger starts to overpower every other concern, attention shifts toward the most important event of the evening: supper. By the time the soldiers leave their barracks and head toward the evening meal, darkness has begun to settle over the fort. Lanterns flicker along the main streets. Cooking fires glow behind wooden walls. The smell of smoke, bread and stewing vegetables drifts through the cool night air. For many soldiers, this is the best part of the day, not because the food is extraordinary. Usually, it is not. But after hours of marching, drilling, construction work, patrol duty, or standing guard beneath the sun and rain, almost any hot meal feels like a reward from the gods. Roman soldiers are expected to prepare much of their own food. The army provides supplies, but soldiers often work together in small groups known as contubernia. These 8-man units share living space, responsibilities, and meals. If one man burns the supper, 7 others suffer the consequences. This arrangement encourages teamwork. It also encourages strong opinions about cooking. One soldier insists the stew needs more herbs. Another claims it needs less. A third contributes nothing except criticism, a role that seems to exist in every civilization throughout history. Tonight's meal is simple but filling. Bread forms the foundation of almost every supper. Alongside it may be porridge made from wheat or barley. Cheese is common. Beans, lentils, onions, and cabbage frequently appear. Salted pork or bacon sometimes adds flavour. On fortunate evenings, there may be fresh meat from hunting, local purchases, or military supplies. The Roman army understood an important truth. Hungry soldiers are unhappy soldiers, and unhappy soldiers have a remarkable talent for creating problems. Wine accompanies many meals, though often diluted with water. Drinking pure wine is generally viewed as excessive by Roman standards. The mixture provides refreshment while making stored water safer to consume. As soldiers eat, conversation becomes louder. The formal structure of military life relaxes. Men exchange jokes, discuss rumours, and speculate about future assignments. Some boast about old campaigns. Others exaggerate encounters with enemies that become slightly more heroic every time they are retold. A soldier who once chased away a thief eventually becomes a man who single-handedly defended an entire supply convoy. Memory can be surprisingly generous. Yet beneath the laughter lies something more important. These meals create bonds. The men sitting around the fire may someday depend on one another in battle. Trust is not built only through training grounds and marches. It is also built through thousands of ordinary evenings spent sharing food, stories, and complaints. And as the bowls empty and the fires burn lower, the fort begins to enter its most relaxed hours of the night. As supper comes to an end, nobody is particularly eager to go straight to sleep. The barracks are warm, the fires are still burning, and for a few precious hours there are no roads to build, no ditches to dig, and no officers demanding that someone carry something heavy from one side of the fort to the other, for reasons that remain mysterious even 2,000 years later. So the soldiers sit. Some gather around small hearths. Others remain at the tables where they have just eaten. A few lean against walls with cups of diluted wine in hand. The atmosphere grows quieter than it was during supper, but far more personal. This is when the stories begin. Every Roman fort contains veterans. These men are easy to identify. They move with confidence. They know every shortcut through the camp. They understand which officers are strict, which are fair, and which should be avoided whenever possible. Most importantly, they possess an endless supply of stories. Whether all of those stories are true is another matter entirely. A young recruit might listen wide-eyed as a veteran describes a campaign deep in Germania. According to the veteran, the forests were endless, the weather was terrible, and the local tribes seemed capable of appearing out of thin air. Conveniently, the veteran himself always behaved with exceptional bravery. The same pattern repeats across the empire. A soldier from Syria tells stories about desert caravans. A cavalryman remembers hunting bandits in distant mountains. An archer describes a battle that somehow becomes larger and more dangerous every year he retells it. Nobody seems particularly concerned about accuracy. After all, a good story is worth far more than a perfectly factual one. The conversations are not always about war. Many soldiers discuss their homes. They speak of farms, villages, wives, parents, and childhood memories. Men stationed on distant frontiers often find themselves thinking about places they have not seen in years. For some, military service is an adventure. For others, it is a very long separation from everything familiar. The stories help. They make distant places feel closer. They remind soldiers that life exists beyond the walls of the fort. As the evening continues, laughter occasionally erupts from one corner of the room. Someone tells a joke. Someone else imitates an unpopular officer. This is usually done when the officer is nowhere nearby, a survival strategy that has remained popular throughout military history. Gradually, the conversations grow more thoughtful. The excitement of supper has faded. The fire burns lower, and as memories of home begin to surface, many soldiers find themselves reaching for something they treasure more than wine, food, or even stories. A letter from home. As the stories begin to fade and the evening settles into a quieter rhythm, some soldiers reach for their most treasured possessions. Not their swords, not their helmets, not even the pay they have carefully saved inside wooden chests. They reach for letters. A Roman fort might seem like a world of weapons, discipline, and military routine. But beneath the armour are ordinary men who miss home. And home can feel very far away. The Roman Empire stretches across 3 continents. A recruit born in northern Italy may find himself stationed along the Rhine frontier. A soldier from Gaul could spend years guarding a fort in Britain. Some men serve so far from their birthplace that they will never see their hometown again. Letters become their connection to another life. The Roman postal system is remarkably efficient for its time, especially when military matters are involved. Personal correspondence travels more slowly, but messages still find their way across mountains, forests, and seas. Eventually, news arrives. A brother has married. A child has been born. A harvest was successful. A parent has fallen ill. The letter might contain nothing more than ordinary details, yet those details are priceless. Inside the barracks, soldiers sit near lantern light, carefully unfolding pieces of papyrus or wooden writing tablets. Some read silently, others read aloud to friends. Not every soldier is fully literate, and it is common for comrades to help one another understand complicated messages. The Roman world leaves behind fascinating examples of these letters. At forts near Hadrian's Wall in Britain, archaeologists have discovered writing tablets that reveal surprisingly human concerns. Soldiers request supplies. Officers exchange invitations. Families discuss daily problems. One famous letter even contains an invitation to a birthday party. History books often focus on emperors and battles. The letters remind us that real people lived through those events. As one soldier smiles while reading news from home, another stares quietly into the fire. Not every letter brings good news. Months can pass between messages. By the time a soldier learns of a death, a marriage, or a family crisis, the event may already belong to the distant past. That uncertainty becomes one of the hardest parts of military life. Yet, the letters provide comfort nonetheless. For a few moments, a man stationed on a cold frontier can imagine himself back in the streets of his hometown, walking familiar roads among familiar faces. Outside, the night grows darker. Inside, the lanterns continue to glow. And while some soldiers read letters, others begin looking for a different way to pass the evening, one involving dice, wagers, and the possibility of losing tomorrow's pay before breakfast even arrives. As the letters are folded away and tucked safely back into wooden chests, the atmosphere inside the fort begins to change once again. The reflective mood does not last long. Roman soldiers, much like soldiers throughout history, possess a remarkable talent for finding ways to entertain themselves whenever they have a few free hours. And sometimes those ways involve making questionable financial decisions. Before long, dice begin appearing. Small bone or ivory cubes emerge from pockets and bags. Men gather around tables, benches, and even sections of the floor. Coins change hands. Wagers are proposed. Arguments about rules immediately follow. Some things never change. Gambling is enormously popular throughout the Roman world. Officially, certain forms of betting are restricted. Unofficially, soldiers continue gambling with a level of enthusiasm that would surprise absolutely nobody. A few coins might be at stake, or perhaps a share of tomorrow's wine, or a promise to perform an unpleasant chore. The exact prize matters less than the competition itself. Around the room, cheers and groans erupt as fortunes rise and fall within seconds. One soldier enjoys a brief period of success and begins behaving as though he possesses divine favour from Jupiter himself. 20 minutes later, he has lost everything and is suddenly convinced the dice are cursed. Nearby, another group entertains itself differently. Board games are common in Roman forts. Archaeologists have discovered gaming pieces and boards at military sites across the empire. Some games require strategy, others rely heavily on luck. All provide a welcome escape from the routines of military life. The fort can also be surprisingly musical. Not every soldier is a talented musician, but that rarely stops them from trying. A man produces a flute, another sings a popular song from his homeland. The quality of the performance varies considerably. Some musicians earn applause. Others inspire polite requests to perhaps stop performing immediately. Still, the entertainment serves its purpose. Laughter spreads through the barracks. For a few hours, the concerns of military service fade into the background. No one is thinking about enemy raids. No one is worrying about tomorrow's inspections. No one is carrying heavy equipment across muddy roads. Instead, they are simply enjoying the company of friends. Yet while most of the fort relaxes, not everyone has the luxury of joining the games. Outside, beyond the warm lantern light and cheerful conversations, soldiers are already taking their positions on the walls. The night watch is beginning, and someone must remain awake while everyone else sleeps. While dice continue rolling inside the barracks and the last songs drift through the evening air, another part of the fort is settling into a very different routine. The night watch is beginning. For the soldiers assigned to guard duty, the day's work is far from over. Across the fort, fresh sentries collect their equipment and make their way toward the walls, towers, and gates. Some carry spears. Others bring shields and cloaks to protect against the night's cold. Depending on the province, that cold can range from mildly uncomfortable to thoroughly miserable. A soldier stationed in Egypt may spend the night beneath clear desert stars. A soldier in northern Britain may spend it wondering whether the rain is falling sideways on purpose. The Roman army serves everywhere, and every frontier comes with its own challenges. At the main gate, guards carefully inspect the locking mechanisms before taking their posts. Once darkness settles fully, security becomes even more important. A fort is more than a military base. It is a storage centre, an administrative hub, and often the heart of Roman authority in the region. Losing it would be unthinkable. From the watchtowers, sentries stare out into the darkness beyond the walls. During the day, the landscape is familiar. Fields, forests, rivers, hills. At night, everything changes. Shapes become uncertain. Shadows seem to move. A distant animal can sound surprisingly similar to an approaching intruder. Every rustle in the undergrowth suddenly feels worthy of investigation. Most nights, nothing happens. And that may be the hardest part. Standing guard for hours while absolutely nothing occurs requires a level of patience rarely celebrated in heroic stories. Historians love writing about dramatic battles. They spend far less time discussing the soldier who spent 6 hours staring at a dark tree and confirming that it remained a tree. Yet this routine vigilance is one of the reasons Rome maintains its empire for so long. The soldiers stay alert because occasionally something does happen. A traveller arrives late. A messenger appears with urgent news. A suspicious figure is spotted near the walls. The guards must be ready for all possibilities. Meanwhile, inside the fort, most soldiers have already retired to their quarters. The fires burn lower. Conversations fade. The streets become quiet. Only the sounds of footsteps, distant voices, and the occasional challenge from a sentry break the silence. The fort is sleeping, but it is never completely asleep, because somewhere along the wall, beneath the stars, a Roman soldier remains awake, watching the darkness, so thousands of others can rest safely behind the gates. As the night watch settles into its long vigil, the fort grows quieter than at any other time of day, but it never becomes completely silent. A Roman fort may appear asleep from a distance, its walls dark beneath the stars and its gates firmly shut. Yet behind those walls, dozens of small activities continue long after most soldiers have crawled beneath their blankets. The Empire does not pause simply because the sun has gone down. Inside the barracks, some men are still awake. A few soldiers lie on their beds, staring into the darkness. Sleep comes easily after some days. After others, it stubbornly refuses to arrive. Thoughts wander toward home, future assignments, old battles, or tomorrow's duties. The human mind has always possessed an unfortunate tendency to become most active precisely when one is trying to sleep. Nearby, someone snores, loudly. Another soldier throws a sandal in his direction. The snoring continues. Certain military problems prove timeless. Elsewhere in the fort, officers remain busy. Reports must be completed. Supply records need updating. Messages received during the day are organised for dispatch. The Roman army is famous for its discipline, but that discipline depends upon an enormous amount of paperwork. The empire is conquered by soldiers. It is maintained by administrators with wax tablets. In the workshops, blacksmiths occasionally finish urgent repairs. A damaged buckle or broken tool needed for the next morning cannot always wait. The glow of a forge may still be visible through a doorway, accompanied by the occasional ring of metal striking metal. Near the stables, grooms check on horses one final time. Animals are valuable military assets. A cavalry mount represents a significant investment, and nobody wants to explain to a superior officer that an expensive horse became ill because someone forgot a simple task. Even the kitchens are not entirely inactive. Preparations for the next day often begin before the current one has fully ended. Grain is measured. Supplies are inspected. Water is collected. All across the fort, small responsibilities continue quietly in the background. Meanwhile, beyond the walls, the frontier remains unpredictable. A wolf howls in the distance. Wind moves through nearby trees. A river flows steadily through the darkness. The soldiers on watch continue scanning the horizon. Most nights pass peacefully. The gates remain secure. No alarms sound. No enemy appears. And that ordinary, uneventful success is exactly what Rome wants. Because while dramatic victories make history books, empires are usually preserved by countless quiet nights in which nothing goes wrong at all. Soon, however, even the last conversations fade away. The fort is approaching its deepest hours of darkness, and most of its inhabitants are finally surrendering to sleep. Sometime after midnight, the Roman fort reaches its quietest moment. The games have ended. The fires have burned low. The final conversations have faded into silence. Across the barracks, rows of soldiers lie asleep beneath wool blankets. Their shields rest against walls. Their weapons remain within reach. Boots sit beside beds, ready for another day that will begin far sooner than anyone would prefer. For now, however, there is peace. The deep hours before dawn possess a unique feeling inside a Roman fort. This is the brief period when military discipline, construction projects, patrol schedules, and administrative duties seem very far away. The empire itself feels distant. The noise of the day has vanished, leaving only the small sounds of the night. A soldier turns over in his sleep. Someone mutters a few words from a dream. Rain taps softly against a roof. The wind rattles a wooden shutter. These sounds become familiar companions during years of service. Many soldiers spend a significant portion of their adult lives inside forts like this one. Some arrive as young recruits barely old enough to shave. Others leave decades later as veterans whose hair has begun turning grey. Over time, the fort becomes more than a workplace. It becomes home. Not necessarily a home anyone would have chosen, but a home nonetheless. Long before its decline, long before gunpowder thundered across battlefields, and long before kings began questioning its value, jousting stood at the very centre of noble life. For several centuries it was more than a sport. It was more than entertainment. In the eyes of medieval Europe, jousting represented everything a knight was supposed to be. Imagine arriving at a great tournament during the 15th century. The roads leading to the city are crowded with travellers. Merchants sell food, ribbons and souvenirs. Noble families arrive with enormous entourages. Heralds announce famous competitors. Colourful banners flutter from towers and pavilions, transforming an ordinary field into something resembling a temporary kingdom. The excitement is impossible to ignore. Thousands gather around the lists, the fenced lane where the contest will take place. Ladies in elaborate dresses fill special viewing stands. Noblemen discuss their favourite competitors. Children dream of becoming knights themselves. Even common people, who will never wear armour or own a warhorse, push forward for a better view. Then the trumpets sound. The crowd falls silent. Two knights emerge from opposite ends of the field. The amount of wealth represented by these men is staggering. Their armour has been polished until it gleams in the sunlight. Their horses are covered in decorative cloth, bearing family colours and heraldic symbols. Months, sometimes years, of preparation have led to this moment. Each rider lowers his lance. The signal is given. The horses surge forward. For a few seconds, the entire crowd watches as hundreds of pounds of armoured man and horse accelerate toward another equally determined opponent. Then comes the impact. Wood explodes. Wood. Splinters fly through the air. The audience erupts with cheers. A successful strike can bring fame across an entire kingdom. A spectacular victory may attract wealthy patrons, advantageous marriages, or invitations to even greater tournaments. In many ways, jousting functions as the medieval equivalent of professional sports, celebrity culture, and military competition all at once. The best knights become famous throughout Europe. Their names spread from castle to castle. Songs celebrate their victories. Stories exaggerate their accomplishments. Occasionally, reality becomes almost impossible to distinguish from legend. Yet behind the pageantry lies something more important. People often imagine tournaments as elaborate games, but medieval society sees them differently. To kings, nobles, and knights, jousting serves a serious purpose. It rewards courage, skill, discipline, and mastery of mounted combat. In an age when armoured cavalry dominates warfare, the knight appears unstoppable, and as the crowds cheer another shattered lance, few can imagine that this golden age is already approaching its final centuries. The battlefield itself is beginning to change, and the knight does not yet realise it. The cheering crowd sees excitement. The knight sees opportunity. As the dust settles from another successful joust, it becomes clear that tournaments are about far more than broken lances and roaring spectators. Behind the spectacle lies an entire system that shapes noble society across medieval Europe. For a young knight, a tournament can change everything. Unlike the heroes of romantic stories, most knights are not wealthy lords ruling vast estates. Many come from minor noble families with limited land and limited prospects. They possess training, ambition, and expensive equipment, but turning those advantages into status requires visibility. Tournaments provide exactly that. A skilled competitor can earn prize money, valuable equipment, and widespread recognition. Victorious knights sometimes win horses, armour, weapons, or substantial ransoms from defeated opponents. In particularly successful years, a talented tournament fighter can accumulate a small fortune. Not bad for a day spent trying to hit someone with a stick. Of course, the stick is attached to a charging warhorse, and the person being hit is wearing enough steel to outfit a small blacksmith shop. Details matter. Beyond financial rewards, tournaments serve as networking events for the medieval elite. Noble families gather from across entire regions. Alliances are discussed. Marriages are arranged. Political relationships are strengthened. A tournament field often functions as a giant outdoor conference where diplomacy happens alongside controlled violence. Kings understand this perfectly. Many rulers actively sponsor tournaments because they reinforce the values that medieval society admires. Courage, loyalty, discipline, and martial skill are placed on public display. A successful tournament reminds everyone who belongs to the warrior class and why that class occupies such a privileged position. The military benefits are equally important. A knight's primary role is warfare. Maintaining combat skills requires constant practice, and tournaments provide a relatively safe environment to sharpen those abilities. Riders learn horse control, timing, balance, and lance technique. They gain experience operating under pressure, while thousands of spectators watch every mistake. In theory, today's tournament champion may become tomorrow's battlefield hero. For centuries, this assumption seems completely reasonable. After all, the mounted knight dominates European warfare. Heavy cavalry charges have shattered enemy formations for generations. The combination of armour, training, and powerful horses appears nearly unbeatable. Yet subtle changes are already beginning to appear. On battlefields across Europe, commanders are experimenting with new tactics. Infantry formations are becoming more disciplined. Long-range weapons are becoming more effective. The knight remains impressive, but for the first time in centuries, he is no longer the only military force that matters. Most tournament spectators fail to notice. The knights themselves often fail to notice. But history has already begun moving in a new direction, and eventually that change will reach the tournament field itself. The changes begin so gradually that many knights barely notice them. After all, tournaments are still crowded. Noble spectators still cheer. Champions still gain fame and fortune. On the surface, the world of chivalry appears stronger than ever. But beyond the tournament grounds, real battlefields are starting to tell a different story. The mounted knight remains one of the most formidable warriors in Europe. Covered in steel and riding a powerful warhorse, he is designed to smash through enemy lines with terrifying force. For centuries, that combination has proven devastating. Yet armies are evolving. Commanders are learning that discipline can sometimes defeat prestige. A peasant holding a spear may not seem impressive when standing alone. Place hundreds of those peasants together in a carefully organised formation, however, and the situation changes dramatically. The Swiss provide one of the earliest warnings. Their infantry formations, armed with long pikes, begin defeating forces that include heavily armoured knights. The sight is shocking. For generations, cavalry has been expected to dominate foot soldiers. Now disciplined infantry is proving capable of standing its ground. Then come the longbowmen. English armies demonstrate the terrifying effectiveness of massed archery during battles such as Crécy and Agincourt. Knights still fight bravely. Their armour remains impressive. Their courage is beyond question. Yet courage cannot stop every arrow. At Agincourt, mud, terrain, and relentless archery combined to create disaster for much of the French nobility. The battle becomes one of the most famous examples of how traditional assumptions about warfare are beginning to break down. The crossbow presents another challenge. Unlike the longbow, which requires years of practice to master, a crossbow can be used effectively with far less training. This makes military service accessible to larger numbers of soldiers. For many nobles, the trend is deeply unsettling. The medieval knight has spent a lifetime mastering horseback combat. He belongs to an elite warrior class that prides itself on skill, lineage, and training. Now, increasingly effective weapons allow ordinary soldiers to threaten opponents who once seemed nearly invincible. The implications are enormous. If infantry can stop cavalry, what happens to the social system built around mounted warriors? The answer does not arrive immediately. Knights continue to dominate tournaments. Noble culture remains centered on chivalry. Jousting still serves as a symbol of prestige throughout Europe. But a gap is beginning to form. The tournament field still celebrates the ideals of an earlier age. The battlefield is becoming something else entirely, and while knights continue perfecting their lance techniques before cheering crowds, an even greater challenge is approaching, one that will eventually make both the longbow and the crossbow seem almost gentle by comparison. The age of gunpowder is about to arrive. At first, gunpowder does not look particularly impressive. The early cannons of medieval Europe are noisy, unreliable, expensive, and often dangerous to the people operating them. They are slow to reload, difficult to transport, and nowhere near accurate enough to dominate a battlefield. Most knights probably view them with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. And honestly, who could blame them? If you were an armoured nobleman whose family had spent generations mastering mounted warfare, it would be hard to feel threatened by a machine that occasionally explodes before firing. Yet history has a habit of hiding major revolutions inside minor inconveniences. During the 14th and 15th centuries, gunpowder weapons begin appearing with increasing frequency across Europe. Cannons are first used primarily during sieges. Their early performance is inconsistent, but engineers continue improving them year after year. Slowly, almost invisibly, the technology gets better. Stone castle walls that once seemed invincible begin showing vulnerabilities. Fortifications that had protected noble families for centuries suddenly face a new threat. This development alarms rulers far more than tournaments ever could. A powerful castle is one of the foundations of medieval aristocratic power. If cannons can destroy walls, entire military strategies must be reconsidered. And that is exactly what begins to happen. Meanwhile, handheld firearms also start appearing on battlefields. The first examples are crude. Some resemble small metal tubes attached to wooden poles. Their range is limited, their accuracy is questionable, their rate of fire is laughably slow. Yet they possess one enormous advantage. They can punch through armour. Not always, not reliably, but often enough to attract attention. For centuries, armour and weapons have evolved together in an endless contest. Better swords lead to better armour. Better armour inspires new weapons. The cycle continues generation after generation. Gunpowder changes the rules. Suddenly, a projectile launched by explosive force can threaten even heavily protected warriors. the implications are unsettling. A knight spends years learning horsemanship, combat techniques, and battlefield tactics. His equipment costs a fortune. His training represents a lifetime of investment. A gunner requires far less preparation. This does not mean knights disappear overnight. Far from it. Heavy cavalry remains important for centuries. Tournaments continue attracting crowds. Noble culture remains deeply tied to chivalric ideals. But a seed of doubt has been planted. For the first time, people begin asking questions that would have seemed absurd a century earlier. What if the future of warfare does not belong to the knight? What if courage, noble birth, and mastery of the lance are no longer enough? As gunpowder spreads across Europe, the battlefield starts changing faster than the tournament field. And the gap between the two worlds continues to grow wider with every passing decade. The arrival of gunpowder does not immediately destroy the knight. Instead, the knight does what warriors have always done when faced with a new threat. He adapts. Throughout the 15th and early 16th centuries, armour reaches an astonishing level of sophistication. Master armourers in cities such as Milan, Augsburg, and Innsbruck produce some of the finest protective equipment ever created. Steel plates are carefully shaped to deflect blows and projectiles. Every curve serves a purpose. Every piece is crafted with extraordinary skill. In many ways, armour enters its golden age, just as the age of the knight begins to fade. The irony is impossible to miss. Faced with stronger weapons, knights commission heavier and more protective armour. Breastplates become thicker. Helmets become more elaborate. Additional reinforcements appear on vulnerable areas. For tournaments, specialised armour becomes even more extreme. Jousting armour and battlefield armour begin drifting apart. A knight entering a tournament may wear equipment designed specifically for a controlled collision with a lance. Massive reinforcing plates protect the left side of the body. Helmets feature tiny vision slits. Some suits become so specialised that they are practical only inside the lists. The result is impressive. It is also revealing. The tournament is increasingly becoming its own world. Meanwhile, beyond the tournament grounds, warfare continues evolving at a rapid pace. Armies are growing larger. Commanders are coordinating infantry, cavalry, artillery, and missile troops together. Campaigns require logistics, engineering, and disciplined formations. Success depends less on individual heroics and more on cooperation between different military units. The battlefield is becoming a machine, and machines reward efficiency. A heavily armoured knight charging with a lance remains a formidable sight, but battles are no longer decided solely by cavalry attacks. Artillery softens enemy positions. Infantry formations hold strategic ground. Firearms become more common with each passing generation. The speed of change is remarkable. A knight from the 13th century would still recognise the tournaments of the 15th century. He might struggle to understand the battlefields of the 16th. This growing divide becomes increasingly obvious to rulers and military commanders. They continue sponsoring tournaments because they are popular, prestigious, and politically useful. But fewer people believe that tournament success automatically translates into military success. The knight is still admired, still celebrated, still respected. Yet the tournament field is beginning to resemble a stage preserving the traditions of an earlier era. And like many traditions facing an uncertain future, jousting responds by becoming even grander, more colourful, and more spectacular than ever before. As its military purpose fades, its role as entertainment is only beginning to grow. As warfare moves in one direction, jousting begins moving in another. The separation happens gradually. A knight attending a tournament in the early 16th century would still recognise much of the sport practised by his ancestors. Horses still thunder down the lists. Lances still shatter, crowds still cheer. Yet something fundamental has changed. The tournament is no longer preparing warriors for war. It is becoming a performance. This transformation is visible everywhere. Tournament grounds grow larger and more elaborate. Temporary wooden arenas become architectural masterpieces decorated with banners, painted shields, statues, and luxurious pavilions. Noble guests arrive dressed in silk and velvet. Musicians perform throughout the festivities. Feasts, dances, and ceremonies often last longer than the actual competition itself. A tournament is now an event. Sometimes it feels more like a festival than a military exercise. Kings embrace the change enthusiastically. For rulers, tournaments provide an opportunity to display wealth, authority, and prestige. A magnificent tournament demonstrates the prosperity of a kingdom in the same way a grand palace or cathedral does. The message is simple. Look how powerful we are. Look how wealthy we are. Look how splendid our court has become. No ruler understood this better than Emperor Maximilian I. He adored tournaments and actively cultivated the image of the ideal knight. Through books, artwork, and carefully staged competitions, he helped transform chivalry into a kind of living theatre. And theatre requires costumes. Tournament armour becomes increasingly decorative. Craftsmen engrave steel with intricate designs. Gold accents appear on helmets and breastplates. Some suits of armour resemble works of art as much as military equipment. The horses receive similar treatment. Colourful caparisons cover their bodies. Feathers, ribbons, and heraldic symbols transform them into moving displays of noble identity. Everything becomes more elaborate. Everything becomes more expensive. Everything becomes more ceremonial. Yet beneath the glittering surface lies an uncomfortable truth. The more tournaments focus on spectacle, the less relevant they become to actual warfare. A soldier carrying an arquebus does not care how beautifully engraved a knight's armour may be. An artillery crew is not intimidated by a particularly impressive feather plume. The battlefield continues evolving according to practical needs. The tournament continues evolving according to noble tastes. The two worlds are drifting further apart every year. Ironically, this period produces some of the most beautiful tournaments in history. Crowds are larger than ever. Royal participation remains strong. The pageantry reaches extraordinary heights. But sometimes a tradition becomes most magnificent just before it begins to disappear. And soon, a single tragic event involving a king, a lance, and a splinter of wood will shock all of Europe and accelerate the decline that is already underway. For centuries, jousting had injured countless participants. Broken bones were expected, concussions were common. Occasionally, a knight was killed. These dangers were accepted as part of the sport. After all, medieval and Renaissance nobles viewed risk as proof of courage. A tournament without danger would have seemed almost pointless. Yet in the summer of 1559, a single accident changed everything. The victim was not an ordinary knight. He was the King of France himself. Henry II loved tournaments. Like many Renaissance rulers, he embraced the ideals of chivalry and knightly glory. Despite the growing importance of firearms and professional armies, Henry remained deeply attached to the traditions of mounted combat. He participated personally in tournaments and took great pride in his skill as a jouster. In June of 1559, celebrations were held in Paris to mark a series of royal marriages and diplomatic agreements. The festivities included lavish feasts, ceremonies, and of course, a grand tournament. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. The king had already completed several successful passes in the lists. The crowd cheered, Nobles watched from decorated stands. Musicians played. It was exactly the kind of magnificent spectacle that Renaissance Europe had come to expect. Then Henry chose to ride one more time. His opponent was Gabriel de Montgomery, an experienced nobleman and capable jouster. The two men lowered their lances. The signal was given. Their horses charged. At first, nothing appeared unusual. The lances struck. Wood shattered. But as Montgomery's lance broke apart, a fragment flew upward. A long splinter slipped through the king's visor and entered his eye. The crowd immediately realized something was wrong. Henry remained conscious at first, but the injury was catastrophic. Physicians from across Europe were summoned. Even some of the most famous medical minds of the age examined him. Nothing helped. For days the king suffered in agony. Then he died. The shock spread throughout Europe. This was not merely another tournament accident. Kings were supposed to embody stability and authority. If a ruler could be killed during what was essentially a ceremonial sporting event, people began asking uncomfortable questions. Was the risk still worth it? Military commanders already knew that tournaments were becoming less relevant to actual warfare. Now rulers had a vivid reminder that the sport remained just as dangerous as ever. Many courts began reducing their enthusiasm for large-scale jousting events. Some rulers restricted participation. Others shifted their attention towards safer forms of celebration. Jousting did not disappear overnight. But Henry's death became a symbol. A splinter of wood had done what countless enemy armies could not. It had pierced the illusion that the tournament belonged naturally in the modern age. And from that moment forward, the decline of jousting became much harder to ignore. By the late 16th century, the decline of jousting was no longer driven by a single accident or a single king's decision. It was being driven by history itself. The world that had created the knight was disappearing. Across Europe, rulers were building larger and more professional armies. Medieval warfare had often relied on feudal obligations, with nobles bringing their own armed followers to battle. Now kings increasingly preferred standing forces that could be trained, equipped, and controlled directly. This shift changed everything. A medieval knight represented individual excellence. He spent years mastering horsemanship, swordsmanship, and the use of the lance. His value came from personal skill and social status. The new armies cared about something different: discipline, uniformity, coordination. A commander would often rather have 1,000 well-trained infantrymen who followed orders perfectly than a handful of noble warriors seeking personal glory. Firearms accelerated this transformation. The arquebus and later the musket continued improving. They remained imperfect weapons, but they became more reliable with each generation. More importantly, they were easier to train soldiers to use. Teaching a young nobleman to become an accomplished knight could take most of his life. Teaching a recruit to fire a musket required far less time. Kings noticed. So did military planners. The battlefield increasingly rewarded formations rather than individuals. Soldiers marched in ranks. Musketeers fired coordinated volleys. Pikemen protected them from cavalry attacks. Artillery supported both. Victory became a matter of organization. The age of the lone heroic warrior was fading. Not entirely, of course. Cavalry remained important. Noble officers continued serving in armies. Courage was still valued. But warfare was becoming a science as much as an art. Jousting, meanwhile, remained rooted in a very different vision of combat. Its central image was still two armoured riders charging directly toward one another. It celebrated personal bravery, personal reputation, personal skill, all admirable qualities, but increasingly disconnected from the realities of war. To many younger nobles, military advancement now came through service in professional armies rather than success in tournaments. Fame was earned through campaigns, sieges, and command positions instead of shattered lances. The centre of gravity was shifting. For centuries, the tournament field had stood at the heart of noble culture. Now it was becoming a relic, a beautiful relic, a beloved relic, but a relic nonetheless. And as the 17th century approached, jousting faced its final challenge, not defeat on the battlefield, but something perhaps even more powerful: irrelevance. Hey guys, tonight we're heading to ancient Egypt to witness the final days of Cleopatra, a queen who spent years outsmarting rivals and convincing powerful Roman politicians to make increasingly questionable life choices. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. By the summer of 30 BC, Alexandria was beginning to realize that it might have backed the wrong side. This was not an entirely unfamiliar experience in ancient politics. Kingdoms, cities, and ambitious rulers regularly attached themselves to powerful allies who later exploded spectacularly. Usually metaphorically, occasionally not. For years, Alexandria had stood at the centre of one of the richest and most impressive kingdoms in the Mediterranean. Ships crowded its harbours, merchants filled its streets, scholars wandered through its intellectual circles debating philosophy, mathematics, and other subjects that guaranteed nobody at a tavern would invite them to sit at their table. The city possessed wealth, prestige, and the famous Queen Cleopatra. What it did not possess was a solution to the Roman problem. His name was Octavian. Far to the west, Rome had spent years enthusiastically dismantling itself through civil war. Generals fought generals. Senators betrayed senators. Political alliances lasted approximately as long as fresh bread. Every few months, someone declared themselves the saviour of the Republic while helping destroy it. Cleopatra had chosen to support Mark Antony, one of Rome's most famous commanders. At the time, this seemed perfectly reasonable. Antony was wealthy, influential, charismatic, and controlled enormous territories. He was also 6 feet tall, successful in battle, and generally looked like the sort of man history expected to win. Octavian, by comparison, appeared less impressive. He was often sick. He lacked Antony's military reputation. He possessed none of Antony's larger-than-life personality. What Octavian did possess, however, was the irritating habit of defeating everyone who underestimated him. History is full of people who looked unbeatable right before discovering they were not. 2 years earlier, the naval battle of Actium had changed everything. The defeat shattered Antony and Cleopatra's position. Now Octavian's armies were marching steadily toward Egypt, and unlike rumours, taxes, and royal promises, Roman legions had a tendency to arrive exactly where they said they would. Across Alexandria, anxiety spread. Merchants whispered in markets. Servants exchanged gossip in palace corridors. Sailors arriving in port brought fresh rumours every day. Some claimed Antony was preparing a brilliant comeback. Others insisted Cleopatra had secret allies ready to rescue Egypt. A few citizens quietly began practicing the ancient survival skill of pretending they had supported Octavian all along. Inside the royal palace, Cleopatra faced the greatest crisis of her life. She had survived family betrayals, assassination attempts, rebellions, civil wars, and several relatives who viewed murder as a perfectly acceptable method of succession planning. Compared to the average Ptolemaic family gathering, a nest of cobras was considered a relaxing environment. She was intelligent, experienced, and remarkably resilient. But even Cleopatra could see reality approaching. The Roman world was about to have a new master, and unless a miracle occurred, Egypt's last queen would soon have to meet him. What nobody realized was that the final chapter of Cleopatra's reign would not unfold like a grand tragedy. It would unfold like a comedy of errors involving rumors, misunderstandings, panicked decisions, and communication failures so spectacular that future historians would spend 2,000 years trying to make everyone involved sound more competent than they actually were. As anxiety spread through Alexandria, Cleopatra began preparing for the possibility that things might not end particularly well. This was not pessimism, it was experience. After all, she had spent most of her life navigating assassination attempts, palace conspiracies, Roman politics, and relatives. Of those 4 dangers, the relatives were arguably the most unpredictable. While many rulers in her position might have focused exclusively on military plans, Cleopatra decided to prepare something else. A tomb. Not just any tomb. A gigantic mausoleum filled with treasure. Ancient sources describe a massive structure built near her palace, stocked with gold, silver, jewels, valuable documents, and enough wealth to make even the most disciplined Roman official suddenly become interested in accounting. Officially, it was intended to be her final resting place. Unofficially, it was also a very expensive bargaining chip. The Queen understood Octavian perfectly. He wanted 2 things. First, he wanted Cleopatra alive. Second, he wanted Cleopatra's treasure. Ideally, he wanted both. This created a problem for him and an opportunity for her. If she could not save her kingdom, she might still influence the outcome. So treasure began disappearing from the palace and reappearing inside the mausoleum. Gold moved, silver moved, jewels moved, more gold moved, then probably some additional gold just to be safe. Watching the operation must have been fascinating. Imagine being a palace servant and noticing that every valuable object in Egypt seemed to be heading toward one very specific building. At some point, people probably stopped asking questions. The mausoleum quickly became less of a tomb and more of a heavily fortified royal vault. Cleopatra reportedly threatened to destroy the treasure if Octavian tried to seize it. This was not an idle threat. If she burned or ruined those riches, Octavian would lose one of the greatest prizes of his entire campaign. Conquering Egypt was impressive. Conquering Egypt and finding the treasury reduced to ashes was considerably less impressive. The situation was becoming almost comical. Octavian needed Cleopatra alive. Cleopatra knew he needed her alive. Octavian wanted the treasure. Cleopatra knew he wanted the treasure. Both sides were now engaged in a high-stakes contest involving an empire, a kingdom, and a building that was slowly becoming the ancient equivalent of a panic room. The strangest part was that this was only the beginning, because very soon Cleopatra would lock herself inside that mausoleum, and a misunderstanding born from that decision would trigger one of the most famous and absurd chain reactions in ancient history. As Octavian's armies moved closer to Alexandria, Cleopatra's carefully constructed plans began entering their next phase. And almost immediately, everything became unnecessarily complicated. The Queen decided to withdraw into her mausoleum. This was understandable. The building contained her treasure, her supplies, and perhaps the last remaining leverage she possessed. If events turned ugly, she wanted to be near the one thing Octavian desired almost as much as her capture. So Cleopatra entered the mausoleum with a small group of trusted attendants. Then she had the doors sealed. From her perspective, this was a reasonable precaution. From everyone else's perspective, it looked alarmingly similar to a funeral. Ancient communication systems were not particularly efficient. There were no phones, no emails, no group messages, no way to instantly tell everyone, "Don't worry, I'm alive," just hiding in my giant treasure-filled tomb. Instead, information travelled through servants, guards, messengers, rumours, assumptions, and occasionally that one person who confidently explained situations while understanding absolutely none of them. Before long, stories began spreading through Alexandria. Someone heard that Cleopatra had sealed herself inside. Someone else heard she would never come out. Another person misunderstood the entire conversation. By the end of the day, many people were repeating a dramatic new version. The Queen was dead. Nobody seems entirely sure how this rumour evolved so quickly. Perhaps someone guessed, perhaps someone exaggerated, perhaps someone simply enjoyed being the first person to share shocking news. Humanity has never completely solved that particular problem. Eventually, the story reached Mark Antony. This was unfortunate, because Antony was not having a good week. His military position had collapsed. Many of his supporters had abandoned him. His armies were shrinking. His enemies were multiplying. And now he received word that Cleopatra had died. Modern historians often try to imagine what Antony was thinking in that moment. The answer was probably something very simple. Of course she has. When a person's life is already falling apart, bad news tends to feel strangely believable. Instead of investigating further, Antony accepted the report. No messenger was sent to confirm it. No witness was questioned. No second opinion was requested. One of the greatest commanders in Roman history essentially heard a rumour and immediately treated it as established fact. The consequences would be extraordinary. Within hours, a misunderstanding that began with a locked door would help trigger one of the most famous deaths in ancient history. And somewhere inside her mausoleum, Cleopatra had absolutely no idea what was happening outside, which, ironically, made her the calmest person involved in the entire situation. The rumour had reached Mark Antony. Unfortunately, so had despair. By this point, Antony's world was collapsing with impressive efficiency. His fleet had been defeated. His allies were abandoning him. His soldiers were defecting to Octavian. Even worse, some of them were defecting enthusiastically, which is never encouraging. For years, Antony had been one of the most powerful men in the Roman world. He had commanded armies, governed provinces, and helped decide the fate of entire nations. Now he found himself in Alexandria, surrounded by bad news and increasingly fewer people willing to tell him otherwise. Then came the report. Cleopatra was dead. The queen he loved, the ruler he had built his future around. Gone. At least according to someone who had heard it from someone who had heard it from someone else. Normally, a person might verify such information. Antony chose a different approach. Ancient historians suggest he accepted the story almost immediately. Perhaps he was exhausted. Perhaps he was heartbroken. Perhaps he simply reached the point where every new disaster felt completely believable. After all, if your week already includes military collapse and political ruin, hearing that your partner has died probably doesn't sound particularly unrealistic. So Antony made a decision. He would take his own life. History often presents this moment with great drama. Paintings show heroic poses. Films add emotional speeches. Everything looks very dignified. Reality appears to have been considerably messier. According to ancient accounts, Antony ordered one of his servants to help him carry out the act. The servant, apparently deciding he had reached his limit for strange workplace requests, killed himself instead. This was not the intended outcome. Antony now faced the awkward situation of watching his assistant complete a task meant for someone else. The day was somehow becoming worse. Eventually, Antony wounded himself. But unlike the elegant versions found in paintings, the attempt did not immediately kill him. Instead, he remained alive. Very much alive. Painfully alive. And while he was dealing with this unfortunate development, another piece of information arrived. Cleopatra was not dead. She had never been dead. She was safely inside her mausoleum. At this point, Antony must have experienced one of the most frustrating realizations in ancient history. The entire tragedy had been triggered by a rumor. A rumor that was completely wrong. Somewhere in Alexandria, a messenger was probably reconsidering his career choices. What followed next was even stranger. Because Antony, wounded but still alive, now wanted to see Cleopatra one final time. There was only one problem. She had locked herself inside a fortified mausoleum, and she wasn't opening the door. As a result, one of Rome's greatest generals was about to be hauled through a window using ropes like an unusually heavy sack of grain. Mark Antony was dying. Cleopatra was alive. And unfortunately, there was now a very large building standing between them. The Queen remained inside her mausoleum, which she had deliberately sealed shut. This decision made perfect sense from a security perspective. It made considerably less sense from the perspective of receiving wounded Roman generals. Antony's supporters carried him to the mausoleum and called out to those inside. The response they received was not an invitation to enter. Cleopatra had become deeply suspicious of everyone and everything. Given the circumstances, this was probably reasonable. Octavian's soldiers were nearby. The city was falling apart. Rumours were spreading faster than facts. Opening the door might expose her to danger, so the door stayed shut. This created a logistical problem. Antony was outside. Cleopatra was inside. And neither wanted the meeting cancelled. The solution they devised sounds less like history and more like a group project that nobody properly planned. Instead of opening the entrance, Cleopatra ordered ropes to be lowered from an upper window. The goal was simple. Lift Antony into the mausoleum. The execution was somewhat more complicated. Antony was many things. A celebrated general, a politician, a veteran soldier, a former master of Rome's eastern territories. What he was not was lightweight. Roman commanders were not exactly known for skipping meals. Ancient writers describe Cleopatra and her attendants pulling desperately on the ropes, while Antony was slowly raised toward the window. Imagine the scene. One of the most famous men in the Mediterranean dangling in mid-air. Several exhausted women struggling to pull him upward. Servants shouting instructions. Everyone trying not to drop the future subject of countless statues. The entire Ptolemaic dynasty had ruled Egypt for nearly 3 centuries. Its final chapter now involved an emergency pulley system. History can be wonderfully disrespectful. The effort was enormous. Ancient accounts specifically mention how difficult the task was. Cleopatra herself reportedly helped pull the ropes. The Queen, who had charmed Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, negotiated with kings, and ruled one of the wealthiest kingdoms on earth, was now engaged in what amounted to a very stressful hauling operation. Eventually, Antony made it inside. Barely. The reunion was emotional. The couple spent Antony's final moments together while Alexandria continued collapsing around them. Outside, Octavian's victory was becoming inevitable. Inside, Cleopatra watched the last of her great political alliance disappear. Yet even here, the strange comedy of events continued. Antony had not fallen in battle. He had not been captured by enemies. He had not died during some heroic final charge. Instead, one of history's greatest generals spent his last hours recovering from a fatal misunderstanding and being pulled through a window because nobody wanted to unlock a door. If the Roman historians found that slightly embarrassing, they had good reason. Unfortunately for Cleopatra, Antony's death solved none of her problems. In fact, her situation was about to become even more dangerous. Now she had to deal directly with Octavian. With Mark Antony dead, Cleopatra's position became painfully simple. She was alone. Not literally, of course. Servants, attendants, and advisors still surrounded her. But politically, she stood alone. The alliance that had protected Egypt for years had vanished. Octavian had won. The Roman world now belonged to him. The only remaining question was what he planned to do with Cleopatra. Fortunately for her, Octavian did not want her dead. Unfortunately for her, he wanted something arguably worse. He wanted her alive. This may sound encouraging at first. It was not. In Rome, victorious generals celebrated their achievements with triumphs, enormous public processions through the city. Captured kings, princes, and rulers were paraded before cheering crowds. The audience laughed, the prisoners suffered, the general received glory. Everyone understood their role. Cleopatra knew exactly what would happen if she was taken to Rome. She would become the centerpiece of Octavian's greatest victory parade. For a queen who had spent her entire life presenting herself as the living embodiment of royal dignity, this was an unbearable prospect. Being killed by an enemy was one thing, being displayed by an enemy was another. Meanwhile, Octavian was being surprisingly careful. Many conquerors might have rushed directly into the mausoleum. Octavian preferred patience. He understood Cleopatra's value. Dead, she was a symbol. Alive, she was propaganda. And Octavian appreciated good propaganda almost as much as he appreciated winning. Messengers began travelling back and forth. Promises were made. Warnings were delivered. Negotiations started. Each side attempted to gain an advantage. Each side distrusted the other completely. The conversations must have been exhausting. Imagine two highly intelligent leaders discussing cooperation while simultaneously assuming every sentence contains a hidden trap. That was essentially the atmosphere. Cleopatra tried to discover Octavian's intentions. Octavian tried to discover Cleopatra's plans. Neither revealed very much. At the same time, another issue continued to dominate everyone's thoughts. The treasure. The enormous collection of wealth stored inside the mausoleum. Gold, silver, jewels, precious objects accumulated over centuries. Octavian wanted it, very badly. Conquering Egypt was already a historic achievement. Conquering Egypt while also acquiring its treasury was even better. In many ways, Cleopatra herself and her treasure had become linked together. Whoever controlled one would probably gain the other. The Queen understood this perfectly, which meant she still possessed one final source of leverage. As long as she remained alive and the treasure remained inaccessible, Octavian could not fully relax. For perhaps the last time in her life, Cleopatra still had cards left to play. The problem was that Octavian was holding most of the deck, and with every passing day, the Queen was running out of moves. As the days passed, Cleopatra found herself confronting a problem she had spent most of her life avoiding. She was running out of options. This was a deeply unfamiliar experience. For nearly 2 decades, Cleopatra had solved impossible situations through intelligence, negotiation, charisma, political maneuvering, or occasionally by convincing powerful Roman men that helping her was somehow their own brilliant idea. The strategy had worked remarkably well. Until now. Octavian controlled Egypt. His armies occupied Alexandria. His victory was complete. And yet Cleopatra refused to surrender to despair. If there was one thing she never lacked, it was determination. Ancient sources suggest she explored every possibility she could imagine. Could she negotiate with Octavian? Perhaps. Could she secure a favourable arrangement for her children? Maybe. Could she somehow escape Egypt entirely? The answer was becoming increasingly doubtful. One story claims Cleopatra considered transporting ships overland to the Red Sea, where she could flee eastward and establish a new base of power. The plan sounds impressive. It also sounds like the kind of idea people develop when every normal option has already failed. Moving ships across a desert is technically possible. It is simply an enormous amount of work for people already experiencing several larger problems. The plan never materialized. Another possibility involved diplomacy. Cleopatra understood that Octavian was ambitious. Ambitious people could sometimes be negotiated with. The difficulty was that Octavian had already won. Negotiations are easier when both sides need something. At this point, Cleopatra needed Octavian far more than Octavian needed Cleopatra. That imbalance was impossible to ignore. Still, she continued trying. Messages moved back and forth. Offers were considered. Promises were hinted at. Neither side fully trusted the other. Both sides were correct. The Queen also focused intensely on her children. This may have been her greatest concern. Kingdoms rise and fall. Treasures can be replaced. But children remain children, even when their parents happen to be fighting for control of the Mediterranean. Cleopatra desperately wanted to secure their future. Unfortunately, Roman civil wars were not known for producing generous outcomes for the families of defeated rivals. As every possible solution collapsed, reality became harder to avoid. The walls were closing in. The Queen, who had once stood beside Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, now found herself trapped inside a shrinking circle of possibilities. Yet, remarkably, ancient accounts describe her remaining calm, not cheerful, not optimistic, but composed. It was an impressive achievement. Most people become stressed when they receive an unexpected bill. Cleopatra was dealing with the destruction of a dynasty 3 centuries old, and somehow she still managed to think clearly. For the moment, at least. Because soon she would begin considering a question that no ruler wants to ask. If defeat is unavoidable, how exactly should one face it? By now, Cleopatra understood something that nobody around her wanted to say out loud. The game was over. Not immediately, not officially, but practically. Octavian controlled Egypt. His soldiers controlled Alexandria. His spies seemed to know everything. And every escape plan Cleopatra considered somehow ended with Roman soldiers waiting at the destination. It was becoming increasingly difficult to remain optimistic. Yet Cleopatra was not the sort of person who simply sat around feeling sorry for herself. She approached problems methodically. Even extremely unpleasant problems. Especially extremely unpleasant problems. According to several ancient writers, Cleopatra began investigating various poisons and methods of death. This sounds grim. And it was. But there was also something oddly practical about it. Most rulers in history spent their final days praying for miracles. Cleopatra apparently started researching alternatives. The Queen wanted to know which methods caused pain, which worked quickly, which worked slowly, which produced visible suffering, and which did not. In essence, she was conducting what may have been history's least cheerful research project. Ancient sources claim that prisoners condemned to death were sometimes used to observe the effects of various poisons. Whether every detail is true remains uncertain. Ancient historians occasionally treated rumours the way fishermen treat the size of their catches. Stories tended to grow. Nevertheless, most accounts agree that Cleopatra carefully examined her options. The famous aspi, the venomous snake forever associated with her death, appears in these discussions. According to later stories, she became convinced that its bite offered a relatively peaceful end. Whether that was scientifically accurate is another question entirely. Ancient medicine was not always famous for rigorous testing standards. Many treatments involved ingredients that modern doctors would classify as alarming. While Cleopatra worried about her future, Octavian worried about something else. The treasure. Lots and lots of treasure. It may not sound particularly noble, but history has always been refreshingly honest about one thing. Conquering a kingdom is nice, but conquering a kingdom that comes with several warehouses full of gold is even nicer. Egypt was one of the wealthiest regions in the Mediterranean. Its grain-fed cities, its ports connected continents. Its treasury had accumulated generations of royal wealth, and much of that wealth now sat inside Cleopatra's mausoleum. The queen knew it, Octavian knew it, everyone involved knew it. At this point, the treasure had become almost another character in the story. Ancient sources report that Cleopatra threatened to destroy the riches if she felt cornered. This was not a threat Octavian could afford to ignore. He wanted Egypt intact. He wanted its wealth intact. Most importantly, he wanted to return to Rome looking like the greatest victor in Roman history. A burned treasury would complicate that image considerably. Imagine spending years winning a civil war, only to discover that your prize had been converted into a giant bonfire. Even Roman propaganda would struggle with that. As a result, Octavian found himself in a surprisingly delicate position. He could not push Cleopatra too hard. He could not completely trust her, and he definitely could not leave her unsupervised. The queen remained under close watch. Guards monitored visitors, messengers were scrutinized. Every movement attracted attention. The Romans were essentially treating Cleopatra like the world's most valuable prisoner, which, to be fair, she probably was. Yet despite these precautions, Octavian remained uneasy. Cleopatra seemed too calm. Most defeated rulers displayed obvious signs of despair. They begged, they panicked, they made increasingly unrealistic plans. Cleopatra was doing none of those things. Instead, she appeared thoughtful, composed, almost as if she had already accepted something. This made Octavian nervous. For all his victories, he understood one important fact. A person with nothing left to lose can become difficult to predict. And Cleopatra was among the most intelligent people he had ever encountered. The Roman leader began receiving reports from his guards. The queen was writing letters, speaking privately with attendants, making arrangements. Nothing seemed suspicious individually. Together, however, they created a troubling pattern. It felt as though Cleopatra was preparing for something. The problem was that nobody knew exactly what. And while Octavian tried to secure Egypt's future, Cleopatra was quietly securing control over the only thing she still possessed completely: her own fate. The contest between them was entering its final stage. One wanted a living queen. The other intended to remain queen until the very end. For most of her life, Cleopatra had been the person making plans. If one strategy failed, she created another. If an ally disappeared, she found a replacement. If an enemy emerged, she looked for a weakness. She had survived in a political environment where mistakes were often rewarded with poison, exile, or a surprisingly short reign. Yet now, for perhaps the first time in years, she could see the board clearly. And there were no good moves left. Octavian controlled Egypt. His soldiers guarded Alexandria. His agents watched her constantly. the Mediterranean belonged to Rome. The Ptolemaic dynasty, which had ruled Egypt since the days of Alexander the Great's successors, was effectively finished. 3 centuries of history had narrowed down to a handful of rooms and a few remaining decisions. Oddly enough, this seems to have made Cleopatra calmer. Ancient writers repeatedly comment on her composure during these final days. Not cheerful composure, not optimistic composure, the kind of calm that appears when a person stops worrying about outcomes they can no longer change. Meanwhile, Octavian was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. This sounds strange. After all, he had won. His rival Antony was dead. Egypt was conquered. The civil war was over. He was only months away from becoming the undisputed master of the Roman world. This should have been a relaxing time. Instead, he found himself worrying about a single woman. The problem was simple. Cleopatra was too intelligent. Every report from his guards seemed slightly suspicious. The Queen requested certain foods. Why? The Queen met privately with attendants. Why? The Queen wrote letters. To whom? The Queen spent long periods in reflection. What was she planning? The Romans searched for clues everywhere. At times they resembled nervous parents trying to figure out what a particularly clever teenager was doing. The more closely they watched, the less confident they became. Cleopatra, meanwhile, continued arranging her affairs. She spoke about her children. She settled practical matters. She prepared for possibilities that nobody wished to discuss openly. One of her final requests was reportedly to visit Antony's tomb. Octavian allowed it. Perhaps he believed it would comfort her. Perhaps he thought cooperation would make her easier to manage. Whatever his reasoning, the visit occurred. According to ancient accounts, Cleopatra wept at Antony's burial place and spoke to him one last time. It was a deeply human moment amid a story dominated by politics and war. Yet, even after that farewell, Octavian still failed to understand what was happening. He believed time was working in his favour. He thought Cleopatra would eventually accept reality. What he didn't realise was that Cleopatra had already accepted reality. That was precisely the problem. Because once she accepted it, she became free to make her final decision. And when that decision arrived, it would catch Octavian completely off guard. On the morning of her final day, Cleopatra appeared remarkably ordinary. This was perhaps the most surprising thing of all. There were no dramatic speeches delivered from palace balconies, no desperate attempts to rally armies, no last-minute plots to overthrow Octavian. The Queen simply went about her business, which, in hindsight, should have worried everyone much more than it did. Ancient sources suggest Cleopatra bathed, dressed carefully, and shared a meal. Nothing about her behaviour appeared unusual. To Roman guards watching nearby, this was encouraging. To modern readers, it feels suspiciously like the behaviour of someone who has already made up her mind. The problem for Octavian was that he still believed he had time. For weeks, he had been managing Cleopatra as though she were a difficult political problem. What he failed to understand was that Cleopatra no longer viewed herself as a political problem. She viewed herself as the person making the final decision. And those are two very different situations. At some point during the day, Cleopatra sent a letter to Octavian. The contents were brief. She reportedly requested to be buried beside Mark Antony. That was all. No negotiations, no demands, no discussion. Just a burial request. To most people, this would have been an emotional farewell. To a suspicious Roman official, it should have sounded like an alarm bell the size of Alexandria. Unfortunately, nobody reacted quickly enough. The letter reached Octavian. He read it, and suddenly realised something was very wrong. Extremely wrong. the kind of wrong that causes powerful men to leap out of chairs and start shouting orders. Messengers were dispatched immediately. Guards rushed toward Cleopatra's residence. Everyone suddenly moved with impressive speed. The problem was that they were moving with impressive speed several hours too late. When Roman officials finally reached the Queen, they discovered that Cleopatra had already acted. The exact details remain one of history's great mysteries. Ancient writers disagreed almost immediately. Some insisted an asp had been smuggled into her chambers, hidden among figs. Others argued poison was concealed in a hairpin. Some claimed a snake was involved. Others suspected something far less dramatic. Ancient historians were often united in one thing: their inability to agree with each other. What is certain is that Cleopatra succeeded. The Queen had slipped beyond Octavian's control, and that was the true surprise. Not the method, not the mystery, not even the timing. The surprise was that after conquering Egypt, defeating Antony, and winning the Roman world, Octavian had still lost the one thing he wanted most: his living trophy. The woman he planned to display before Rome had quietly removed herself from the script. And somewhere in the palace, one can almost imagine a Roman officer realizing that the most closely watched woman in the Mediterranean had somehow beaten all of them one final time. The future emperor was about to discover that victory and satisfaction are not always the same thing. When Octavian received Cleopatra's letter, he immediately understood the situation. The request itself was simple. She wished to be buried beside Mark Antony. Nothing more. No negotiations. No pleas for mercy. No desperate attempt to save herself. Just a burial request. To an experienced politician, this was roughly equivalent to receiving a message that said, "By the way, I have already solved my own problem." Octavian reacted instantly. Orders were shouted. Messengers ran. Guards rushed toward Cleopatra's chambers. The future ruler of Rome suddenly displayed the speed and urgency of a man realizing that months of careful planning might be about to collapse. Unfortunately, he was correct. When Roman officials arrived, it was already over. Cleopatra was beyond their reach. For a few moments, the conquerors of Egypt simply stood there looking at the outcome. This was not supposed to happen. Octavian had planned everything carefully. He had defeated Antony. He had secured Alexandria. He had captured Egypt. He had protected the treasury. He had neutralized every major threat. The plan was working perfectly, except for one tiny detail. The most important prisoner had escaped, not physically, strategically, and somehow that was even more frustrating. The irony was almost painful. After years of warfare, thousands of casualties, and the complete reorganization of the Roman world, the future emperor found himself outmaneuvered by a woman he had already defeated. Technically, he still won. History would remember him as Augustus, Rome's first emperor. His victory was complete. But victories have different flavors. Some taste glorious, others taste slightly bitter. This one probably tasted like someone taking the last piece of cake immediately before you reached for it. The Roman officers inspected the scene. Questions were asked. Theories were discussed. Nobody seemed entirely certain what had happened. Was it the famous asp? Was it poison? Was it something else? The uncertainty began almost immediately. In fact, historians have spent more than 2,000 years arguing about the details. This is one of history's oldest traditions. When nobody knows the answer, everyone becomes an expert. Meanwhile, Octavian had a practical problem. What exactly was he supposed to tell Rome? His greatest enemy was dead. Egypt was conquered. But Cleopatra would never appear in his triumph. That image, the defeated queen marching through Roman streets, had vanished forever. The crowd would still cheer. The victory would still be celebrated. Yet the most dramatic scene was gone. Somewhere behind his carefully controlled public expression, Octavian must have felt a certain irritation. Because despite losing her kingdom, her army, her allies, and ultimately her life, Cleopatra had still managed to deny him the ending he wanted. And for a ruler who would soon command the entire Roman world, that was a surprisingly personal defeat. The moment Cleopatra died, something fascinating happened. History immediately began rewriting her. Not intentionally, not maliciously, just the normal way history tends to operate whenever famous people are involved. The real Cleopatra had been a politician, strategist, diplomat, linguist, administrator, naval commander, economist, and queen. The legendary Cleopatra was rapidly becoming something else entirely. A romantic symbol, a tragic heroine. A woman whose entire life would eventually be reduced to a love story. This would have probably annoyed her. Quite a lot. After all, Cleopatra had spent decades governing a kingdom. She spoke multiple languages. She managed Egypt's economy. She negotiated with foreign powers. She survived political crises that would have destroyed most rulers. Yet future generations would often summarize her career as, "She met two Roman men." History can be wonderfully unfair. Meanwhile, Octavian understood that controlling the story was almost as important as winning the war. The Roman leader was a master of public relations long before the phrase existed. He wanted Romans to remember Cleopatra in a very specific way. Not as a capable ruler, not as a skilled political rival. Certainly not as someone who had nearly reshaped the Roman world. Instead, she would be portrayed as an exotic foreign queen who had corrupted Antony and distracted him from his duties. This version of events happened to make Octavian look much better. A remarkable coincidence. Poets joined in. Writers joined in. Artists joined in. Before long, the real events were becoming buried beneath layers of storytelling. Even the famous snake became larger than life. The asp turned into one of history's most recognizable symbols, despite the fact that nobody could fully agree whether it had even been there. Reality slowly disappeared. Legend took its place. The funny part is that the actual story was already dramatic enough. There was no need for embellishment. A queen trapped by a Roman conqueror, a false death rumour, a wounded Antony being hauled through a window, treasure-filled tombs, political intrigue, last-minute negotiations, a future emperor desperately trying to keep his most valuable prisoner alive. The real story already sounded unbelievable. Yet humanity looked at all that and collectively decided, you know what this needs? More drama. And so the legend grew. For centuries, people would remember Cleopatra as one of history's great tragic figures. But very few would remember the confusion, misunderstandings, awkward moments, and spectacular communication failures that filled her final weeks. Which is a shame, because sometimes history becomes most interesting precisely when its heroes stop behaving like legends and start behaving like human beings. And Cleopatra's final days were filled with exactly that kind of humanity. The funniest part of Cleopatra's final days is not the snake. It is not the treasure. It is not even Mark Antony being hauled through a window like an oversized sack of grain. The funniest part is that almost everyone involved spent those final weeks misunderstanding what was actually happening. Consider the cast of characters. Octavian believed he could control Cleopatra. Cleopatra believed she might still find a way to control events. Antony believed Cleopatra was dead. Cleopatra was very much alive. Messengers believed they were sharing useful information. They were not. Roman officers believed they were preventing surprises. They were, in fact, being surprised repeatedly. For a story that later became one of history's greatest tragedies, an astonishing amount of it was powered by confusion. Take Antony, for example. Here was one of the most accomplished military commanders of his age. He had fought alongside Julius Caesar. He had commanded massive armies. He had governed huge territories. Then a rumour reached him, and instead of verifying it, questioning it, or spending 5 minutes investigating whether it was true, he simply accepted it. The fate of kingdoms was altered because somebody skipped the ancient equivalent of fact-checking. Meanwhile, Octavian spent weeks carefully planning Cleopatra's future. Every detail mattered. Every possibility was considered. Every risk was analysed. Yet the one thing he wanted most, a living Cleopatra in Rome, was the one thing he failed to obtain. The future emperor conquered Egypt but lost the ending. That takes talent. Then there was Cleopatra herself. History often portrays her final days as solemn and tragic. And certainly they were tragic. Her kingdom was gone. Her dynasty was ending. Her allies were dead. Yet through all of it she remained remarkably stubborn. Even when she had lost almost everything, she continued making decisions for herself. That determination frustrated nearly everyone around her, especially the Romans. Perhaps that is why her story survived. Not because she won. She didn't. Not because she defeated Octavian. She couldn't. But because she refused to let others write the final chapter while she was still alive to hold the pen. And so Egypt's last queen passed into history. The kingdom disappeared. The dynasty ended. The Roman Empire rose. Yet more than 2,000 years later, people still remember Cleopatra. Meanwhile, most of the officials, messengers, soldiers, and politicians who spent months trying to control her have been largely forgotten. History can be very sarcastic that way. In the end, Cleopatra's final days were tragic. They were dramatic. They were historic. But they were also filled with misunderstandings, awkward moments, bad timing, and enough human error to remind us that even the most famous figures in history were still, at the end of the day, people trying to figure things out as they went along. When people imagine Viking romance, they often picture a fearless warrior spotting a beautiful woman across a crowded feast hall, exchanging meaningful glances, and somehow beginning a love story worthy of a saga. The reality was usually far less dramatic and far more practical. In Viking society, marriage was not simply a personal decision. It was a family matter, a business arrangement, a political alliance, and sometimes a way to settle disputes without anyone needing to lose a finger. Love might eventually grow from a marriage, but it was rarely the first consideration. A Viking family looking for a suitable match examined many factors. Reputation mattered greatly. A family known for honesty, wealth, and strong connections attracted more interest than one known for feuds, debts, or suspicious livestock disappearances. Marriage linked entire households together, meaning every relative became part of the equation. For young men, proving their worth was important. A potential husband needed to show he could support a household. Owning land was ideal. Having livestock helped. Demonstrating skill as a trader, craftsman, sailor, or warrior also increased his chances. Nobody wanted their daughter marrying a man whose greatest achievement was surviving 3 consecutive drinking contests. Young women were valued for far more than beauty. Families looked for qualities that would contribute to a successful household. A capable woman managed food supplies, supervised workers, produced textiles, and helped maintain the family's wealth. Running a Viking farm was not a small responsibility. It required intelligence, organisation, and enough patience to deal with both livestock and relatives. Despite the strong influence of families, Norse women often enjoyed more rights than many women elsewhere in medieval Europe. While parents played an important role in arranging matches, women were not always passive participants. Saga literature contains numerous examples of women expressing opinions about potential husbands, rejecting unsuitable candidates, and occasionally influencing decisions in surprisingly direct ways. Courtship itself could happen in many settings. Seasonal festivals, community gatherings, markets, religious celebrations, and family feasts all provided opportunities for young people to meet. These events allowed families to observe potential matches while pretending they were simply enjoying the entertainment. Because beneath the music, storytelling, and ale, important calculations were taking place. Every conversation, every introduction, and every visit could be the beginning of negotiations that would unite families, strengthen alliances, and shape the future of entire households. For Vikings, choosing a partner was rarely left to chance. After all, love was wonderful. Productive farmland, useful relatives, and a stable future were even better. Long before a Viking man or woman began searching for a spouse, they spent years preparing for the responsibilities that marriage would bring. In Norse society, adulthood was not marked by a birthday cake, an awkward family dinner, or a driver's license. It was measured by competence. Could you contribute to the household? Could you work? Could you survive? If the answer was yes, marriage became a realistic possibility. From childhood, boys and girls learned the skills expected of them as future adults. Young boys accompanied their fathers and older relatives into fields, forests, workshops, and ships. They learned how to farm difficult land, repair tools, handle livestock, navigate coastal waters, and defend themselves if necessary. Life in Scandinavia could be harsh, and there was little room for someone who preferred sleeping late while everyone else worked. Many boys also dreamed of earning wealth through trade, exploration, or raiding. Success could dramatically improve their marriage prospects. Returning home with silver, valuable goods, or a growing reputation was often more attractive than simply possessing a charming smile. Girls underwent equally demanding preparation. They learned spinning, weaving, cooking, food preservation, brewing, and household management. These tasks may sound ordinary today, but in Viking society they were critical for survival. A skilled woman could significantly increase a family's prosperity. Producing cloth alone was a massive undertaking that required knowledge, patience, and countless hours of labour. As girls matured, they often assumed greater responsibilities within the household. They managed supplies, supervised younger children, and learned how to organise daily operations. Running a successful Viking farm was not unlike managing a small business, except the business occasionally involved sheep escaping during snowstorms. By their teenage years, both young men and women were already being observed by their communities. Reputation mattered enormously. Hard work, good behaviour, and reliability enhanced future marriage opportunities. Laziness, recklessness, or a habit of starting unnecessary feuds could quickly damage one's prospects. Families paid close attention to these qualities. They wanted future sons-in-law and daughters-in-law who could strengthen the household rather than create problems. Marriage was expected to last for years and involve cooperation between entire families. Choosing poorly could lead to disputes, financial hardship, or endless arguments during family gatherings. As a result, courtship did not begin with romantic gestures alone. It began with years of preparation. Every skill learned, every responsibility accepted, and every reputation earned helped shape a young Viking's future. By the time marriage negotiations eventually started, families already knew a great deal about the people involved. In small communities, everyone's strengths, weaknesses, and embarrassing childhood mistakes were usually common knowledge. Once a young man and woman appeared suitable for marriage, the process moved beyond simple interest and entered a stage that Vikings took very seriously: negotiation. This was the point where families became heavily involved. While the future couple certainly mattered, the marriage itself was viewed as an agreement between households. Parents, relatives, and sometimes influential community members gathered to discuss terms that would affect everyone involved. A Viking marriage was not simply announced. It was arranged through careful discussion and formal agreements. These negotiations could last weeks or even months, depending on the families, their wealth, and the complexity of the situation. One of the most important topics was property. The groom's family typically provided a bride price, known as the munder. This payment was given to the bride's family and served as proof that the groom could support a household. It demonstrated commitment and financial stability. A man who could not provide a respectable munder might struggle to convince a family that he was ready for marriage. At the same time, the bride usually brought property into the marriage as well. This dowry could include livestock, clothing, household goods, land rights, silver, or other valuable possessions. Far from being a symbolic gift, the dowry often represented a significant contribution to the new household's future prosperity. The discussions were not purely financial. Families also considered reputation, alliances, and long-term benefits. Marrying into a respected family could provide protection, trade opportunities, and valuable connections. In a world where local politics could be complicated and feuds could last generations, good alliances were often worth their weight in silver. Naturally, not every negotiation went smoothly. Some families demanded more than others. Wealthy households could be extremely selective. Proud fathers occasionally valued their daughters at prices that made nearby farmers question whether they were arranging a marriage or purchasing an entire fleet of ships. The Icelandic sagas preserve many stories of difficult negotiations, stubborn relatives, and heated discussions. Some meetings ended successfully. Others collapsed when neither side was willing to compromise. Yet despite occasional disagreements, these negotiations served an important purpose. They helped ensure that both families entered the marriage with clear expectations and mutual obligations. By the time an agreement was finally reached, everyone knew their responsibilities. Property had been discussed, alliances had been formed, and preparations could begin. Only then could the couple move closer to the wedding itself, a celebration that would involve feasting, drinking, gifts, and enough food to remind everyone that Viking hospitality was almost as important as Viking warfare. Once families had reached an agreement, the future bride and groom were no longer complete strangers, linked only by negotiations. Now came the period of courtship, when the relationship itself began to develop. Modern dating often focuses on private conversations, shared hobbies, and long walks designed to determine compatibility. Viking courtship was somewhat different. Communities were small, privacy was rare, and there was usually a relative nearby who considered everyone else's business their personal hobby. Most young people met at gatherings where families and neighbours came together. Seasonal festivals, harvest celebrations, religious ceremonies, local assemblies and trading markets all created opportunities for interaction. These events were among the few occasions when large numbers of people gathered in one place, making them ideal for meeting potential partners. Feasts played a particularly important role. During these celebrations, young men and women could talk, observe one another, and demonstrate their skills. A man might gain attention through storytelling, poetry, athletic contests, or displays of confidence. A woman could showcase intelligence, household skills, conversation, and social grace. Contrary to modern stereotypes, Vikings valued wit almost as much as physical strength. The Norse admired cleverness. A person who could speak well, negotiate effectively, or compose a memorable verse often earned considerable respect. Being able to swing an axe was useful. Being able to avoid needing the axe in the first place was sometimes even better. Gift-giving also became part of courtship. Small gifts helped demonstrate affection and commitment. Jewellery, finely crafted items, clothing, or personal possessions might be exchanged between the couple. Such gifts carried symbolic meaning and often served as visible reminders of the growing relationship. Saga literature contains numerous examples of romance developing during this stage. Some stories describe genuine affection and mutual admiration. Others involve misunderstandings, jealous rivals, stubborn parents, and enough family drama to keep a saga writer employed for years. Women frequently had more influence over courtship than outsiders sometimes assume. A determined woman could encourage a match, discourage an unwanted suitor, or persuade relatives to reconsider their plans. While family approval remained important, personal feelings were not entirely ignored. Of course, not every courtship ended happily. Illness, changing political circumstances, financial difficulties, or family disputes could still disrupt marriage plans. Life in the Viking Age offered no guarantees. But when courtship progressed successfully, excitement began to build throughout both households. Negotiations were complete, gifts had been exchanged, and preparations were underway. The next step was the wedding itself, a celebration so important that guests might travel long distances simply for the chance to eat, drink, and witness the creation of a new family. After months of preparation, negotiations, and courtship, the wedding day finally arrived. For Viking families, this was not a quiet ceremony attended by a handful of relatives. It was one of the most important celebrations a community could hold, combining legal agreements, family alliances, religious traditions, and enough food and drink to test the limits of human judgment. Weddings were often scheduled during times when travel was easier and food supplies were plentiful. Harvest season was particularly popular. Families wanted guests arriving in good spirits rather than stumbling through snowstorms, while questioning every decision that had brought them there. Preparations could take weeks. Large quantities of ale and mead had to be brewed. Animals were selected for slaughter. Bread was baked, fish prepared, and seating arranged. Hospitality was a serious matter in Viking society. A family that hosted a poor wedding feast risked becoming the subject of gossip for years. Guests often travelled considerable distances to attend. Relatives, neighbours, friends, and important allies gathered to witness the union. Their presence served an important purpose. Marriage was not simply a private event, it was a public agreement recognised by the community. The ceremony itself varied across the Viking world, but certain elements appeared frequently. Oaths were exchanged, gifts were presented, and legal agreements were confirmed before witnesses. These public declarations helped ensure that everyone understood the rights and obligations created by the marriage. The bride was often accompanied by female relatives who assisted with preparations. Special clothing, jewellery, and family heirlooms might be worn during the ceremony. The groom likewise dressed in his finest attire. For one day, even the man who usually smelled faintly of livestock and seawater attempted to appear respectable. Feasting followed. Long tables filled with roasted meats, fish, bread, cheese, and ale became the centre of the celebration. Storytelling, music, games, and drinking occupied much of the gathering. Skalds recited poetry. Guests exchanged news and formed new connections. The wedding feast strengthened social bonds just as much as it celebrated the couple. One tradition may even be responsible for the modern term honeymoon. Newly married couples were sometimes expected to drink mead for a month after the wedding. Whether this always improved marital harmony remains unknown, though it probably made difficult relatives slightly easier to tolerate. The festivities could continue for several days, but beneath the laughter, drinking, and celebration, something significant had occurred. Two individuals had become husband and wife. More importantly, in Viking eyes, two families had become permanently connected. The feast marked not the end of the story, but the beginning of a new household that would face the challenges of Viking life together. Once the wedding feast ended, and the last guest finally stopped asking for one more cup of ale, reality returned. The married couple now faced the challenge that every Viking family eventually encountered: daily life. While Viking marriages were built on legal agreements and family alliances, they also depended on cooperation. Survival in the Norse world required constant work, and a successful household functioned best when both husband and wife fulfilled important responsibilities. The husband was generally considered the head of the household in legal and political matters. He represented the family at assemblies, managed trade agreements, oversaw farming operations, and provided protection when necessary. Whether working fields, sailing to distant markets, or joining military expeditions, his actions directly affected the family's prosperity. However, this did not mean the wife held a minor role. In fact, Viking women often exercised considerable authority within the home. The wife managed household affairs, supervised food production, controlled storage supplies, directed servants or workers if the family had them, and oversaw textile production. These responsibilities were essential. A poorly managed household could struggle through winter regardless of how successful the husband might be elsewhere. One powerful symbol of a married woman's authority was the set of household keys she often carried. These keys represented control over storage rooms, valuables, food supplies, and important resources. In many ways, they were a visible reminder that the household depended heavily on her judgment. Daily life was demanding for both spouses. A typical day might begin before sunrise and continue until darkness. Fields required attention, animals needed feeding, repairs were constant, food had to be prepared and preserved, clothing had to be produced, children required supervision. The romantic excitement of courtship quickly gave way to practical concerns, such as whether enough hay had been gathered for winter, or why a goat had once again escaped its enclosure. Many husbands spent extended periods away from home. Trading voyages, fishing expeditions, seasonal travel, or military campaigns could keep men absent for weeks or months. During these times, wives often managed the household independently. Saga accounts frequently describe women making important decisions, protecting family property, and maintaining order while their husbands were away. This level of responsibility earned respect. The strongest Viking marriages were often partnerships built on mutual dependence. Each spouse possessed skills the other needed. Neither could easily succeed alone. The sagas celebrate warriors, explorers, and kings. But behind many of those stories stood capable husbands and wives, working together to maintain their households. Because while conquering distant shores might earn fame, keeping a Viking farm running through a Scandinavian winter was its own kind of achievement. Despite popular images of Vikings as relentless warriors, their marriages contained many of the same emotions found in relationships throughout history. There was affection, loyalty, jealousy, frustration, compromise, and occasionally the strong desire to throw something at a spouse who had made a particularly foolish decision. Marriage was expected to create stability, but that did not mean every relationship was harmonious. Living in close quarters while managing a demanding household created plenty of opportunities for disagreement. Financial difficulties, family feuds, inheritance disputes, and long periods of separation could place enormous strain on a marriage. A husband returning from months at sea might find that life at home had changed considerably. A wife managing the household alone might not appreciate being told how things should have been done by someone who had spent the past season elsewhere. The Icelandic sagas contain countless examples of marital conflict. Some disputes were minor and humorous. Others became serious enough to involve entire families. Harsh words could damage reputations. Broken promises could create lasting resentment. In extreme cases, disagreements between spouses could contribute to larger feuds involving relatives and neighbours. Yet Viking society also recognised something unusual for the medieval world: divorce. Unlike many societies of the time, Norse women often possessed the legal right to end a marriage under certain circumstances. Divorce was not viewed as ideal, but it was accepted as a legitimate solution when a relationship failed. The process itself was surprisingly formal. A woman seeking divorce generally had to declare her intention before witnesses. The exact procedures varied across regions, but public declarations were important because they established the legal end of the marriage. Property rights, dowries, and financial obligations then had to be settled according to local customs and laws. Men could also initiate divorce under certain conditions. Common reasons included abandonment, abuse, failure to provide support, repeated violence, or behaviour considered dishonourable. The fact that these legal options existed suggests that Viking marriage was viewed as a contract carrying responsibilities for both parties. This legal flexibility gave women a degree of protection that was uncommon in many parts of medieval Europe. A wife was not necessarily trapped forever in an unsuccessful marriage. Of course, divorce was rarely simple. Families often became involved, property had to be divided, and community opinions could complicate matters. Nobody enjoyed becoming the main topic of discussion at every feast and gathering for the next several months. Still, the existence of divorce reveals an important truth about Viking marriage. It was not simply about creating an alliance. It was also about maintaining a functioning partnership. And when that partnership completely broke down, Norse law recognized that sometimes the best solution was for both people to go their separate ways. For Viking couples, marriage was not viewed as the final goal. It was the beginning of something much larger. Families expected a marriage to produce children, strengthen the household, and ensure that property, traditions, and family honour continued into the next generation. Children were enormously important in Norse society. Life expectancy was uncertain, disease was common, and daily life carried many risks. Every family understood that the future depended on raising capable sons and daughters who could eventually take over responsibilities within the household. A successful marriage was often measured not only by the happiness of the couple, but by the strength of the family they created together. The birth of a child was therefore a significant event. Relatives gathered to celebrate, gifts were exchanged, and hopes for the child's future began almost immediately. Parents looked at newborns and imagined future farmers, traders, craftsmen, explorers, or household leaders. The baby, meanwhile, was mostly concerned with sleeping and creating problems at inconvenient hours. Naming ceremonies carried special importance. Many children were named after respected ancestors, helping preserve family memory across generations. Names connected the living to the dead, reinforcing the idea that each generation formed part of a larger family story. Carrying the name of a successful grandparent brought honour, but it also created expectations. No pressure, of course. just generations of family reputation resting on your tiny shoulders. Both parents played important roles in raising children. Fathers taught practical skills, family history, and legal obligations. Sons often learned farming, trading, hunting, sailing, or warfare from male relatives. Mothers taught daughters household management, textile production, food preparation, and the countless skills necessary to run a successful home. However, these divisions were not always rigid. In smaller households, everyone learned a little of everything. As children grew, they became active contributors to the family economy. Young boys and girls helped care for animals, gather resources, assist with chores, and support daily operations. Childhood existed, but it was generally shorter than what many people experience today. Responsibility arrived early. Family expectations extended beyond immediate survival. Parents hoped their children would strengthen the family's reputation, create new alliances through marriage, and protect inherited property. Every successful child increased the family's standing within the community. For Viking couples, this was the ultimate purpose of marriage. Not merely romance or companionship, but continuity. Through children, families preserved their names, their wealth, their traditions, and their place in society. In a world where fame could be fleeting and fortunes could disappear, raising the next generation was perhaps the most important legacy anyone could leave behind. By the time we reach the end of the story, one thing becomes clear. Viking marriage was far more complex than the popular image often presented in movies and television. It was not simply a tale of fierce warriors carrying away brides, while dramatic music played in the background. Nor was it purely a cold business arrangement with no room for personal feelings. The reality existed somewhere between those extremes. Marriage sat at the very centre of Viking society. It connected families, protected property, created alliances, produced heirs, and helped communities remain stable in an often unpredictable world. Every major aspect of life, wealth, reputation, inheritance, politics, and survival, could be influenced by whom a person married. For that reason, Vikings approached marriage with remarkable seriousness. Long before he became a general, a president, or the face staring back from a dollar bill, George Washington was simply a young man searching for a place in the world. He was born in 1732 in colonial Virginia into a family that was respectable, but not among the richest members of the colony's elite. His father, Augustine Washington, owned land and enjoyed a comfortable position. But when George was only 11 years old, that stability suddenly changed. Augustine died, leaving the family without the guidance and opportunities that a wealthy father could provide. Unlike many young gentlemen of Virginia's highest class, George never attended college in England. He never received the expensive formal education that many future leaders enjoyed. Instead, he faced a reality that would have been familiar to countless young men throughout history. If he wanted success, he would have to earn it himself. Fortunately, George possessed something that could not be inherited: ambition. Even as a teenager, Washington displayed an unusual determination to improve his position. He carefully studied books on manners, copied rules of behavior into notebooks, and observed how successful men conducted themselves. He understood that reputation mattered. In colonial Virginia, connections opened doors, but personal discipline helped keep them open. One of the most important influences in his young life was his older half-brother Lawrence Washington. Lawrence had served in the British military and moved among Virginia's wealthiest families. Through Lawrence, young George gained access to influential people who would help shape his future. Among them was Thomas Fairfax, a powerful landowner whose vast estates stretched toward the western frontier. To many colonists, the frontier represented uncertainty. Dense forests covered enormous areas, rivers cut through unexplored valleys, mountains formed barriers between settled communities and the wilderness beyond. The region was beautiful, dangerous, and largely unmapped. To George Washington, it represented opportunity. While other young men dreamed of inheriting wealth, Washington saw potential in the lands beyond the settled colonies. The frontier offered something increasingly rare in the crowded eastern regions: room to grow. The challenge, of course, was that these lands were not empty. Native nations had lived there for generations. Wild animals roamed the forests. Travel was difficult, and survival often depended on preparation and luck. Yet the risks only seemed to increase Washington's interest. As he approached his mid-teens, an opportunity appeared that would change the course of his life. It would send him deep into the wilderness, teach him valuable skills, and introduce him to a world far harsher than the comfortable plantations of eastern Virginia. The young man who entered that wilderness was still searching for his future. The man who emerged would begin building one. The opportunity that changed George Washington's life did not arrive in the form of a military commission, a political office, or a great inheritance. It arrived with a compass, a measuring chain, and a great deal of walking. In 1748, at just 16 years old, Washington joined a surveying expedition into Virginia's western lands. The journey was organized through the influence of Thomas Fairfax, whose vast estate stretched across the frontier. Fairfax needed reliable surveyors to map and divide his lands, and the young George quickly caught his attention. For Washington, this was more than a job. It was a chance to step into a world that few young Virginians ever experienced firsthand. Surveying was one of the most important professions in colonial America. Land was wealth, and wealth depended on knowing exactly where one piece of land ended and another began. Surveyors measured forests, rivers, valleys, and mountains, creating maps that transformed wilderness into property. The work demanded precision. A small mistake could lead to disputes worth fortunes. Surveyors carried chains for measuring distance, compasses for determining direction, and notebooks filled with calculations. Every tree, stream, ridge, and boundary had to be carefully recorded. For a teenager, it was demanding work. Days often began before sunrise and ended after dark. Washington and his companions travelled through rough terrain, crossed icy rivers, climbed steep hills, and endured weather that seemed personally offended by their presence. One early expedition took him into the Shenandoah Valley, a region of remarkable beauty. Dense forests stretched across the landscape. Mountain ranges dominated the horizon. Rivers wound through fertile valleys that many colonists viewed as the future of Virginia. Washington was fascinated. His journals reveal a young man carefully observing everything around him. He noted the quality of land, the size of forests, and the possibilities for future settlement. While others saw wilderness, Washington increasingly saw opportunity. The frontier also exposed him to a wider range of people than he had encountered at home. He met settlers carving farms from forests, hunters living far from established communities, and experienced frontiersmen who possessed skills that no classroom could teach. Many lived under difficult conditions that would have shocked wealthy Virginians back east. The experience matured him quickly. Surveying required responsibility, self-discipline, and independence. There was little room for carelessness when mistakes could cost money or place travelers in danger. Most importantly, Washington began earning his own income. For the first time, he was building a career through his own efforts rather than relying on family connections alone. The wilderness was becoming his classroom, and every mile travelled taught lessons that would prove valuable long after the surveying work ended. The frontier was beginning to shape the future leader, even if nobody yet realized it. As Washington gained experience as a surveyor, his assignments carried him farther from the settled regions of Virginia and deeper into the frontier. The comfortable plantations and organized towns of the eastern colonies gradually disappeared behind him, replaced by forests that seemed to stretch forever. This was not wilderness in the modern sense, complete with marked trails and helpful maps. Much of the land Washington explored was unfamiliar to European settlers. Dense woods covered hills and valleys. Rivers often served as highways, barriers, and navigational guides all at once. Travelers could spend days without encountering a single permanent settlement. For a young man barely out of childhood, the experience was both exciting and intimidating. Washington and his companions frequently travelled on horseback through difficult terrain. Paths could vanish without warning. Streams that appeared manageable in the morning could become dangerous obstacles after heavy rain. A simple journey often required careful planning and considerable patience. The weather rarely cooperated. Spring brought mud that seemed determined to swallow boots whole. Summer brought heat, insects, and exhausting days under the sun. Winter introduced freezing temperatures and snow-covered landscapes that transformed ordinary travel into a test of endurance. Washington recorded many of these experiences in his journals. One expedition forced him to sleep outdoors in conditions that were far from comfortable. Instead of a warm bed, he found himself lying on the ground beneath the open sky. Instead of a hearty dinner, meals were often whatever could be carried or obtained along the journey. The frontier was not interested in anyone's social status. Out there, a wealthy landowner and a poor labourer both became equally wet during a storm. Yet Washington seemed to thrive on the challenge. The wilderness demanded self-reliance. Problems had to be solved immediately, because there was rarely anyone nearby to help. If equipment broke, it had to be repaired. If supplies ran low, solutions had to be found. Complaining accomplished very little, though it probably remained popular. The frontier also taught him observation. A successful surveyor needed to notice everything. The shape of a hill, the direction of a river, the quality of soil, and the location of natural landmarks all mattered. Over time, Washington developed an eye for details that others might overlook. Perhaps most importantly, he learned confidence. Every successful expedition proved that he could handle difficulties, make decisions, and endure hardship. The timid teenager who had first entered the wilderness was gradually disappearing. In his place emerged a young man becoming comfortable with uncertainty, challenge, and risk. Those qualities would serve him well, because the frontier still had many lessons left to teach, and some of them would be far more dangerous than sleeping under the stars. The deeper George Washington travelled into the frontier, the more he discovered that surveying was only part of the job. The wilderness did not care how accurately he measured a field or how neatly he drew a map. Before he could calculate property lines, he first had to survive the journey itself. By the late 1740s and early 1750s, Washington was spending long periods in regions where roads barely existed. Travel often meant following narrow trails, crossing rivers on horseback, and navigating forests that seemed endless. Every expedition became a lesson in endurance. One of the first things the young surveyor learned was how quickly conditions could change. A calm river in the morning might become dangerous after heavy rain. A clear trail could vanish beneath fallen trees. A pleasant day could end with freezing temperatures. On the frontier, nature constantly reminded travellers that making plans and controlling events were not necessarily the same thing. Washington learned to pack carefully and waste nothing. Food had to last for long journeys. equipment had to be maintained. A broken tool could create serious problems when the nearest settlement was several days away. Every item carried into the wilderness served a purpose. He also learned the value of adaptability. When campsites proved unsuitable, new ones had to be found. When weather ruined plans, routes had to change. Frontier travel rewarded flexibility and punished stubbornness. Fortunately, Washington possessed plenty of determination. Unfortunately, nature often possessed more. Sleeping arrangements were rarely comfortable. Many nights were spent outdoors with little protection from rain, cold, or insects. Blankets became precious possessions. A dry campsite felt like luxury. A warm meal could improve morale far more effectively than any inspiring speech. The young Virginian also learned to read the landscape. Experienced frontiersmen taught him how rivers flowed through valleys where game animals could be found, and how weather patterns affected travel. Knowledge of terrain often meant the difference between a successful expedition and a miserable one. The frontier demanded physical toughness as well. Washington rode long distances, walked difficult terrain, and endured conditions that would have convinced many gentlemen to return home immediately. Instead, each hardship seemed to strengthen his confidence. Over time, he developed a reputation for resilience. People noticed that the young surveyor could handle discomfort without complaint and continue working when conditions became difficult. These qualities earned respect among experienced frontiersmen who were not easily impressed. Without realizing it, Washington was receiving an education that no school could provide. The frontier was teaching patience, discipline, endurance, and leadership. Years later, when he faced military campaigns, harsh winters, and impossible odds, many of the skills that helped him endure would trace back to these early days spent surviving on the edge of Britain's American empire. As George Washington continued exploring the frontier, he encountered something that maps and surveying instruments could never fully explain. The people who had lived on these lands long before British colonists arrived. To many settlers in Virginia, the western frontier appeared to be an empty wilderness waiting to be claimed. The reality was far more complicated. The forests, rivers, and valleys Washington travelled through were part of a vast network of Native American territories, trade routes, hunting grounds, and communities. For a young surveyor, these encounters provided an education unlike anything he could have received at home. Washington met members of various native nations during his journeys. Some interactions were brief and peaceful. Others required careful diplomacy and mutual caution. On the frontier, misunderstandings could have serious consequences, and both settlers and native communities understood this well. The young Virginian quickly learned that survival in the wilderness often depended on knowledge that native peoples had developed over countless generations. They understood the landscape in ways few European settlers could match. They knew the best travel routes through forests, the locations of important rivers and crossings, the habits of local wildlife, and the changing patterns of the seasons. What appeared to Washington as a vast and untamed wilderness was, to many native communities, a familiar homeland filled with meaning and history. These encounters challenged some of the assumptions common among colonial settlers. Washington discovered that the frontier was not simply a line separating civilization from wilderness. It was a complex meeting ground where different cultures, interests, and ambitions constantly interacted. At the same time, tensions were growing. British colonists continued pushing westward in search of land and opportunity. Native nations sought to protect territories that were essential to their survival. French traders and officials were also expanding their influence in the region. The frontier was becoming increasingly crowded, and competition for land was intensifying. Washington may not have fully understood it yet, but he was witnessing the early stages of conflicts that would eventually reshape North America. The young surveyor paid close attention to these developments. He listened to conversations about alliances, trade, territory, and power. He observed how important negotiation could be when different groups pursued competing goals. Years later, these experiences would prove invaluable. As a military officer and political leader, Washington would frequently deal with native nations, frontier settlers, and rival empires. The lessons began here, deep in the wilderness, where he first encountered the complicated human landscape beyond Virginia's settled borders. The frontier was no longer simply teaching him how to survive nature. It was teaching him how to navigate people, interests, and conflicts, skills that would shape the rest of his life. By the time George Washington reached his early 20s, he was no longer simply a surveyor exploring wilderness. He had become someone the colonial government believed could be trusted with responsibility. That trust would soon place him in the middle of a growing international crisis. Throughout the early 1750s, tensions between Britain and France were increasing across North America. Both empires claimed enormous stretches of territory west of the Appalachian Mountains, particularly in the Ohio country. Maps in London and Paris showed ownership of these lands, but on the ground the situation was far less clear. French soldiers were building forts. British colonists were moving west. Native nations were carefully weighing alliances. And everyone understood that conflict might not be far away. In 1753, Virginia's governor selected the 21-year-old Washington for an important assignment. His mission was straightforward in theory, but potentially dangerous in practice. He was ordered to travel deep into contested territory and deliver a message demanding that French forces leave lands claimed by Britain. For a young man with limited military experience, it was a remarkable opportunity. It was also a remarkable risk. Washington's journey took him hundreds of miles through some of the most difficult terrain in North America. Accompanied by guides, interpreters, and a small group of companions, he travelled through forests, crossed rivers, and visited native leaders whose support both empires desperately wanted. The trip tested every skill he had learned during his years on the frontier. His surveying experience helped him navigate unfamiliar landscapes. His knowledge of wilderness travel allowed him to endure harsh conditions. His encounters with different cultures helped him communicate with people whose interests did not always align with Britain's. Eventually, Washington reached the French commanders stationed in the region. The meeting was polite but tense. The French officers listened to his message, treated him respectfully, and then essentially informed him that they had no intention of leaving. Empires rarely abandon territory simply because a young messenger asks nicely. Washington now faced the challenge of returning home with this unwelcome news. The journey back proved even more dangerous than the trip out. Winter weather struck the frontier with full force. Rivers froze. Snow covered the landscape. At one point, Washington and a companion were forced to abandon horses and continue on foot through difficult conditions. The experience nearly cost him his life, yet he persevered, eventually returning to Virginia with valuable information about French positions and intentions. The mission transformed his reputation. For the first time, Washington attracted attention beyond Virginia's frontier communities. He had completed a difficult assignment under dangerous circumstances. More importantly, he had taken his first steps onto a much larger stage, one where surveying lines on maps would soon give way to drawing battle lines across a continent. Washington returned from his mission to the Ohio country with valuable information, but the report he delivered carried troubling news. The French were staying. They had no intention of abandoning their forts, no intention of surrendering their claims, and no intention of making Britain's life any easier on the frontier. For Virginia's leaders, this was unacceptable. For George Washington, it meant a new opportunity. In early 1754, he received a military promotion and was sent back toward the Ohio country, this time not as a messenger, but as an officer. At only 22 years old, he suddenly found himself responsible for soldiers, supplies, and decisions that could have serious consequences. The ambitious young Virginian was thrilled. For years he had admired military service. His older half-brother Lawrence had served in the British military and inspired George's fascination with uniforms, discipline, and honour. Now Washington finally had a chance to prove himself. The problem was that military command turned out to be considerably more complicated than surveying land. A surveyor mostly argued with rivers, mountains, and bad weather. An officer had to manage people. Washington quickly discovered that soldiers could be difficult. Supplies often arrived late. Equipment was frequently inadequate. Orders were sometimes unclear. Men complained, argued, and occasionally ignored instructions altogether. It was an education in leadership. As he advanced into the frontier, Washington worked alongside native allies and colonial troops while trying to monitor French movements. Reports arrived constantly. Rumours spread quickly. Nobody knew exactly where the next confrontation might occur. Then came the incident that would change everything. In May 1754, Washington and his men encountered a small French detachment near a place called Jumonville Glen. What exactly happened remains debated by historians even today. The encounter quickly turned violent, resulting in several French casualties, including the French officer Joseph Coulon de Jumonville. For Washington, the consequences were immediate. A local frontier dispute suddenly became something much larger. The French viewed the event as an attack. British authorities defended their position. News spread across North America and eventually reached Europe. The young officer probably did not realize it at the time, but his actions had helped ignite a conflict that would grow into the French and Indian War, itself part of the global conflict known as the 7 Years' War. It was a remarkable development. A young man who only a few years earlier had been measuring forests and drawing maps was now involved in events that would shape the future of empires. Washington had wanted military glory. Instead, he received something far more valuable: experience. The lessons, however, were only beginning, and the next one would arrive at a hastily constructed frontier fort called Fort Necessity. If George Washington imagined that military life would be a steady climb toward glory, the summer of 1754 delivered a very different lesson. After the clash at Jumonville Glen, Washington understood that French forces would likely respond. His small force was deep in contested territory, far from major British settlements and surrounded by uncertainty. He needed a defensive position, and he needed one quickly. The result was Fort Necessity. The name alone should have been a warning. Military commanders generally prefer forts named things like Victory, Strength, or Triumph. A fort named Necessity sounds like something built, because there were no better options available, which, unfortunately, was exactly the case. Washington selected a meadow known as Great Meadows and ordered his men to construct a small wooden fortification. The location seemed practical at first. It offered open ground and access to water. Yet it also had serious weaknesses that would soon become painfully obvious. The surrounding forests and higher ground overlooked the fort. To experienced military officers, this was less than ideal. To the French, it was an opportunity. As Washington worked to strengthen his position, French forces moved towards him. They greatly outnumbered his men and included experienced soldiers who were familiar with frontier warfare. Then, on a rainy day in July, the attack came. French and native forces surrounded Fort Necessity and opened fire from the nearby woods. Rain poured down relentlessly, turning the battlefield into mud. gunpowder became damp, trenches filled with water, visibility worsened. Inside the fort, Washington's men struggled to respond. The enemy enjoyed superior positions among the trees and hills. Every attempt to return fire was difficult. The fort that had seemed useful days earlier now looked increasingly vulnerable. Hour after hour, the fighting continued. Washington did his best to maintain order. He moved among his soldiers, issued commands, and tried to keep morale from collapsing. Despite his youth, he showed courage under pressure. Yet courage alone could not solve the tactical problems facing his force. Eventually, the situation became hopeless. Outnumbered, exhausted, and trapped in deteriorating conditions, Washington agreed to surrender terms offered by the French. For any ambitious young officer, it was a bitter moment. His first independent military command had ended in defeat. Yet failure can be a powerful teacher. Washington later admitted that the experience revealed weaknesses in his judgment and exposed mistakes he needed to correct. He learned that bravery did not guarantee success. Preparation mattered. Positioning mattered. Logistics mattered. Most importantly, he learned humility. Years later, when he commanded armies during the American Revolution, the lessons of fort necessity remained with him. The frontier had given George Washington another education. This one came not through success, but through failure, and sometimes those lessons last the longest. By the end of 1754, George Washington had experienced more adventure, hardship, and responsibility than many men twice his age. He had crossed untamed wilderness, survived dangerous journeys, negotiated with native leaders, delivered messages between rival empires, commanded soldiers in combat, and suffered a public military defeat. Most young officers might have viewed fort necessity as a career-ending embarrassment. Washington saw it differently. He viewed it as unfinished business. The frontier had become more than a workplace. It had become the place where his ambitions were tested. Every challenge seemed to strengthen his determination rather than weaken it. If anything, the defeat convinced him that he needed more experience, more knowledge, and greater responsibility. The Great Wall of China is one of the most famous structures ever built by human hands. Nearly everyone has heard of it. Millions have visited it. Countless books, documentaries, and legends have been devoted to it. And yet, one of the most common beliefs about the Great Wall is completely wrong. Most people imagine a single gigantic wall stretching across China from one end of the country to the other. They picture a continuous stone barrier winding endlessly over mountains and deserts, built by a single emperor for a single purpose. The reality is far more fascinating. The Great Wall is not one wall, it is many walls. Over a period of more than 2,000 years, different Chinese kingdoms and dynasties built, rebuilt, expanded, repaired, abandoned, and connected defensive barriers across northern China. Some sections were made of stone, others used brick. Many were built from packed earth. Entire stretches have disappeared back into the landscape, reclaimed by wind, rain, and time. If every known section of the Great Wall were placed together, they would stretch for thousands of miles across mountains, valleys, deserts, and grasslands. The wall does not simply cross China. In many places, it seems to weave through history itself. Its origins reach back to a time before China was unified. During the Warring States period, rival kingdoms constructed their own defensive walls to protect against neighbouring enemies. These early fortifications were often crude by later standards, but they established a tradition that would continue for centuries. Then came emperors, invasions, wars, and grand ambitions. Each generation added its own chapter to the story. Some rulers viewed the wall as a shield protecting civilization from northern raiders. Others saw it as a symbol of imperial power. Soldiers stationed along its length spent lonely years watching distant horizons for signs of danger. Merchants passed nearby on ancient trade routes. Travellers carried stories from one watchtower to the next. Over time, facts became intertwined with legends. People claimed the wall could be seen from the moon. They whispered about ghosts haunting abandoned towers. They told stories of hidden treasures, buried workers, and tragic lovers whose fates became linked forever to its stones. The Great Wall became more than a military structure. It became a symbol, a monument to ambition, endurance, sacrifice, and human determination. And perhaps that is why it continues to fascinate us today. Because the Great Wall never truly ends. Not in stone, not in memory, and certainly not in legend. If the Great Wall has a beginning in popular imagination, it usually starts with one man, Qin Shi Huang. He was the ruler who unified China in 221 BC, ending centuries of warfare between rival kingdoms and creating the first Chinese empire. To later generations, he became a figure surrounded by equal parts admiration and fear. He standardized weights, measures, coins, and writing. He built roads across the empire. He commissioned the enormous terracotta army that still guards his tomb today. And he wanted a wall. Or more accurately, he wanted many existing walls connected into something larger. The northern frontier posed a constant problem for the new empire. Nomadic groups living on the vast grasslands beyond China's borders could move quickly across enormous distances. Raids into settled regions had occurred for generations. Qin Shi Huang wanted protection. His solution was ambitious even by imperial standards. Workers, soldiers, prisoners, and labourers were sent north to connect and expand defensive fortifications that already existed. Mountains had to be crossed. Valleys had to be bridged. Earth had to be dug, carried, and compacted. The project stretched across some of the harshest terrain in Asia. Building materials varied depending on location. In some regions, workers used packed earth. In others, they used stone. Everything had to be transported without modern machinery, without engines, and without any concern for workplace safety regulations. The result was brutal. Thousands upon thousands of people laboured under difficult conditions. Heat, cold, exhaustion, disease and accidents took a heavy toll. Ancient records describe immense human suffering, though exact numbers remain impossible to determine. Naturally, such a colossal project inspired stories. Over time, legends spread that countless workers had died during construction and were buried directly within the wall itself. The image proved powerful and memorable. Generations repeated the tale until many accepted it as fact. Archaeologists, however, have found little evidence that large numbers of workers were literally entombed inside the structure. Most likely, the story emerged because so many people died during construction that the wall became associated with sacrifice itself. In Chinese folklore, Qin Shi Huang gradually transformed into something larger than life. To some, he was a visionary who united a fractured land. To others, he was a ruthless ruler willing to spend human lives as freely as building materials. Perhaps he was both. What is certain is that his wall captured the imagination of future generations. It represented the power of an emperor, determined to reshape the world around him. Whether admired or feared, Qin Shi Huang left behind a legacy that would outlive his empire itself. And with that legacy came one of the Great Wall's oldest mysteries: how much human sacrifice can be hidden beneath a monument built to last forever. No story connected to the Great Wall is more famous in China than the legend of Mengjiangnu. Unlike tales of emperors, generals, and invading armies, this story focuses on an ordinary woman whose grief became stronger than stone itself. The legend begins during the reign of Qin Shi Huang, when labourers were being sent across the empire to work on the wall. Among them was a young man named Fan Shiliang. In most versions of the story, Fan and Meng Jiangnu meet under unusual circumstances. Sometimes he is hiding from government officials who are searching for men to force into labour. Sometimes fate simply brings them together. Whatever the details, they fall in love and marry. For a brief moment, happiness seems possible. Then reality arrives. Soon after the wedding, Imperial agents seize Fan and send him north to work on the Great Wall. Like countless other labourers, he disappears into the immense construction project. Months pass, then more months. No letters arrive, no messages return. Meng Jiangnu waits, hoping for news of her husband. Eventually, as winter approaches, she decides to make the long journey herself. She prepares warm clothing and sets out across mountains, rivers, and difficult roads. The journey is exhausting, yet her determination never wavers. When she finally reaches the wall, she asks where her husband can be found. The answer shatters her world. Fan Xiliang is dead. Like many workers, he perished during construction and was buried somewhere near the wall. No one can tell her exactly where. Overcome with grief, Meng Jiangnu begins to weep. And then the legend becomes extraordinary. Her sorrow is said to be so powerful that a section of the Great Wall collapses. Stones tumble down. Earth breaks apart. Hidden beneath the ruins are the remains of her husband. The image became one of the most enduring symbols in Chinese folklore. A grieving woman bringing down an imperial monument through the force of her tears alone. Over the centuries, the story evolved. Some versions portray Qin Shi Huang himself as the villain. Others add dramatic confrontations between the emperor and Meng Jiangnu. In certain retellings, her courage and integrity expose the cruelty of imperial rule. Historians agree that the story is not a literal account of events. Yet that hardly matters. Legends survive because they express deeper truths. For generations of ordinary people, Meng Jiangnu represented loyalty, love, and resistance against injustice. While emperors built walls and armies marched across frontiers, her story reminded listeners of the human cost hidden behind great achievements. The Great Wall may symbolize power, but the legend of Meng Jiangnu reminds us that even the grandest monuments are built by human hands and remembered through human hearts. The Great Wall is impressive during the day. At night, according to countless stories told across generations, it becomes something else entirely. For centuries, travellers, soldiers, and local villagers have shared tales of strange encounters along the wall. Some speak of ghostly figures appearing in the mist. Others describe mysterious footsteps echoing through empty watchtowers. A few claim to have heard distant voices calling across the mountains when no living person was nearby. Whether these stories are true is another matter, but the fact that they exist tells us something important about the wall itself. The Great Wall passes through some of the most isolated landscapes in China. It climbs steep mountain ridges, crosses deserts, and winds through lonely valleys where silence can feel almost unnatural. In many places, a traveller can stand alone for miles without seeing another person. It is exactly the kind of setting where legends thrive. One of the most common stories involves phantom soldiers. According to local folklore, the spirits of long-dead guards still patrol abandoned sections of the wall. Travellers sometimes reported seeing figures standing atop watchtowers at dawn or dusk. From a distance, They appeared to be soldiers on duty. When approached, however, they vanished. Other legends describe mysterious lantern lights. People claimed to see flickering lights moving along remote stretches of the wall late at night, as if unseen sentries were still carrying out their ancient responsibilities. Some believed these lights belonged to the spirits of soldiers who died defending the frontier and refused to abandon their posts, even in death. There are also tales of ghostly sounds. Visitors occasionally reported hearing drums, horns, or shouted commands drifting through the darkness. These noises seemed especially common during storms, when strong winds swept through towers, tunnels, and ruined fortifications. Modern explanations are far less supernatural. Wind moving through stone structures can create strange sounds. Echoes travel surprisingly far in mountain regions. Mist and poor visibility can make ordinary objects appear unsettling. Human imagination tends to become remarkably active when standing alone in a deserted watchtower after sunset. Even so, the stories persisted, partly because the wall witnessed enormous amounts of human suffering. For centuries, soldiers lived and died along its length. Workers perished during construction. Frontier battles claimed countless lives. Entire generations spent lonely years far from home, guarding distant sections of the empire. Places with such histories rarely remain free of ghost stories. Perhaps people felt that so many lives could not simply disappear without leaving something behind. Whether one believes in spirits or not, the haunted legends of the Great Wall reveal a deeper truth. The wall is not merely stone and brick, it is a place filled with memories. And sometimes, memories can feel surprisingly alive. Among all the legends surrounding the Great Wall, one has travelled farther than any other. According to the story, the Great Wall of China is the only human-made structure visible from the moon. It is a claim that has appeared in textbooks, newspapers, tourist brochures, and countless conversations. Millions of people have repeated it. Many still believe it today. There is just one small problem. It is not true. The myth is older than most people realize. Versions of it began circulating long before anyone had actually travelled into space. During the 18th and 19th centuries, Western writers marvelled at the sheer scale of the Great Wall and speculated that it might be visible from extraordinary distances. At the time, nobody could test the claim. The moon was unimaginably far away. Space travel belonged entirely to the realm of dreams and science fiction. So the story grew. After all, the Great Wall seemed like the perfect candidate. It stretched across mountains and deserts for thousands of miles. It was one of humanity's largest construction projects. If anything could be seen from space, surely it would be this. Then the space age arrived. Astronauts finally left Earth and looked back. To the disappointment of myth enthusiasts everywhere, the Great Wall proved surprisingly difficult to spot. The reason is simple. Although the wall is very long, it is relatively narrow. From orbit, length matters far less than width. A structure can stretch for hundreds of miles, but if it is only a few meters wide, it blends into the surrounding landscape. The wall also shares similar colours with the mountains, hills, and deserts through which it passes. Unlike a brightly illuminated city or a massive airport, it does not naturally stand out against its background. Several astronauts have confirmed this reality. Some reported being unable to see the wall with the naked eye. Others managed to identify certain sections only under ideal conditions, and often with the help of cameras, binoculars, or prior knowledge of where to look. As for the moon? Absolutely not. At nearly 250,000 miles away, even entire cities disappear from view. Yet the myth refuses to die. Why? Because people love symbols. The idea that humanity built something so extraordinary it can be seen from the moon captures the imagination. It transforms an impressive monument into something almost mythical. Ironically, the truth is no less remarkable. The Great Wall does not need to be visible from the moon to inspire awe. It has already accomplished something far more difficult. For over 2,000 years, it has remained visible in human memory. And that may be the most impressive feat of all. If ghost stories gave the Great Wall its supernatural reputation, treasure legends gave it mystery. For centuries, people have whispered that somewhere within the vast network of walls, towers, and fortresses lie hidden riches waiting to be discovered. Some stories speak of gold, others mention silver, precious jade, lost military supplies, or secret imperial documents concealed during times of war. Entire generations of treasure hunters have searched for evidence, convinced that the Great Wall still hides secrets beneath its ancient stones. The origins of these legends are not difficult to understand. The Great Wall was never just a wall. It functioned as a military system stretching across thousands of miles. Watchtowers, signal towers, barracks, armories, storage facilities and fortresses were scattered along its length. Vast quantities of weapons, food, equipment and supplies moved through these outposts. Whenever valuable goods are stored in large numbers, stories about hidden treasure inevitably follow. One popular legend claims that retreating soldiers occasionally buried valuables near the wall to prevent enemies from capturing them. Another tells of imperial officials secretly hiding tax revenues and emergency funds inside remote fortresses. According to some versions, maps revealing these locations were lost during wars, leaving fortunes buried and forgotten. Naturally, the treasure is always just beyond reach. Otherwise, it would simply be called found treasure. Perhaps even more intriguing are the stories of hidden tunnels and secret passages. Many people imagine vast underground networks running beneath the Great Wall, allowing soldiers to move unseen from one fortress to another. Some legends describe concealed escape routes used by generals. Others speak of secret chambers filled with weapons waiting for an emergency that never came. The reality is somewhat less dramatic. Archaeologists have discovered storage rooms, underground spaces, and defensive features associated with certain sections of the wall. Some fortresses included hidden areas designed for protection or logistics. However, there is little evidence for enormous underground tunnel systems stretching across great distances. Still, the idea remains irresistible. After all, a structure as vast as the Great Wall almost seems to demand hidden secrets. People find it difficult to believe that every mystery has already been uncovered. And in fairness, some mysteries remain. New archaeological discoveries continue to reveal forgotten sections of the wall, abandoned fortifications, and previously unknown features. Even today, researchers occasionally uncover surprises hidden by centuries of neglect and erosion. Perhaps that is why treasure legends endure, not because people expect to find mountains of gold buried beneath the wall, but because the Great Wall itself already feels like a treasure. A monument so immense, so ancient, and so complex that it still manages to keep some of its secrets hidden from the modern world. Behind every legend of ghosts, hidden treasure, and imperial ambition lies a simpler reality. For most of its history, the Great Wall was home to soldiers, thousands upon thousands of them. While emperors received credit for building the wall, and generals earned fame for defending it, ordinary soldiers spent their lives serving in some of the most remote and unforgiving places in China. For many, assignment to the wall was not considered a reward. It was closer to exile. Imagine being sent hundreds of miles from your home, family and friends to a lonely watchtower perched on a windswept mountain. Winter temperatures plunged below freezing. Summer heat baked the landscape. Supplies arrived irregularly. Entertainment was limited. Very limited. When your daily excitement consists of watching the horizon and hoping nothing happens, even counting sheep can start to feel adventurous. Life along the wall revolved around routine. Soldiers patrolled sections of the fortifications, maintained defensive structures, repaired damage caused by weather, and monitored the frontier for signs of danger. Signal towers allowed messages to travel rapidly across great distances. Smoke signals during the day and fire beacons at night could warn nearby garrisons of approaching threats. In theory, it was an efficient system. In practice, much depended on the men operating it. Many soldiers stationed along the wall came from farming families. Some were volunteers. Others were assigned through military obligations. Not all were experienced warriors. A surprising number spent more time repairing walls, transporting supplies, and maintaining equipment than actually fighting. Yet danger was always present. Raids could occur with little warning. Frontier conflicts flared periodically. Harsh weather claimed lives. Disease spread through isolated garrisons. A soldier might survive years of military service only to fall victim to illness or exposure. Loneliness was perhaps the greatest enemy. Historical records and surviving writings suggest that many soldiers missed their families desperately. Some spent years without returning home. They watched seasons change from the same towers, staring across endless grasslands and wondering what was happening hundreds of miles away. Chinese poetry often captured these emotions. Poets wrote about soldiers standing guard beneath moonlit skies, listening to distant winds and longing for home. These works transformed the frontier from a military boundary into something deeply human. Because behind every section of the wall stood countless individual lives. Some became heroes, most did not. Most were ordinary men performing difficult duties in difficult places. The Great Wall survives because of their labour and sacrifice. And while legends often focus on emperors and monuments, the true story of the wall cannot be told without remembering the generations of soldiers who spent their lives guarding the edge of an empire. When most people picture the Great Wall today, they are not imagining the walls built by Qin Shi Huang or the ancient fortifications of the Warring States period. They are imagining the Great Wall of the Ming Dynasty. The towering stone walls, massive watchtowers, steep mountain fortresses, and dramatic landscapes featured in photographs around the world largely date from the Ming era, which lasted from 1368 to 1644. Ironically, the Ming rulers built the wall after learning a difficult lesson. Military victories do not last forever. The Mongol Empire had once conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty. Although the Ming eventually drove the Mongols from power, they never forgot how dangerous the northern frontier could be. Mongol forces remained active beyond China's borders, capable of launching raids and threatening settlements. The Ming response was ambitious. If previous dynasties had built walls, the Ming would build stronger ones, much stronger. Over the following centuries, enormous resources were devoted to strengthening and expanding the frontier defences. Engineers redesigned vulnerable sections. Stone and brick replaced many older earthworks. Watchtowers appeared at regular intervals. Fortresses guarded strategic passes through mountain ranges. The result was one of the greatest construction projects in human history. Workers hauled materials across steep ridges, carved pathways through mountains, and erected fortifications in places that still seem almost impossible to reach today. Looking at some sections of the wall, it is difficult not to wonder who first examined a near-vertical mountain peak and confidently announced, "Yes, let's build a fortress up there." somehow they did. The engineering achievements were extraordinary. Walls followed the contours of mountains with remarkable precision. Defensive systems allowed rapid communication between distant garrisons. Watchtowers provided observation points overlooking vast stretches of terrain. Important passes became heavily fortified military centres capable of resisting large attacks. Yet despite all this effort, the wall was never an impenetrable barrier. No wall in history has ever been perfect. Enemies occasionally found ways around it. Corruption sometimes weakened defences. Poor leadership could undermine even the strongest fortifications. In one of history's great ironies, the Ming dynasty ultimately fell not because the wall collapsed, but because political and military crises inside China weakened the empire itself. When the Manchus entered China in the 17th century, they did not smash through the Great Wall by force. A gate was opened. The lesson was clear. Walls can stop armies. They cannot always solve human problems. Still, the Ming builders achieved something remarkable. They transformed centuries of frontier defences into the iconic monument recognised around the world today. The Great Wall became more than a military structure. It became a masterpiece of engineering, determination, and human ambition carved directly into the landscape itself. For over 2,000 years, empires have risen and fallen around the Great Wall. Dynasties have disappeared. Armies have marched across its passes. Watchtowers have crumbled. Entire sections have been swallowed by deserts, forests, and time. Yet somehow, the Great Wall remains. Not merely as a physical structure, but as an idea. That may be the greatest mystery of all. Most ancient monuments eventually become relics of the past. People admire them, study them, and move on. The Great Wall is different. It continues to capture imaginations across cultures, continents, and generations. Part of its appeal comes from its sheer scale. Human beings naturally admire ambitious projects. The Great Pyramid, the Roman Colosseum, and the Great Wall all inspire the same question. How did people accomplish something so enormous with the tools available to them?